Austria, Hungary, places like that. So that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as loyal militaries, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at...
How'd you find out about me?
I mean, literally making...
I find you on the voice chat server.
The voice chat server. Which one?
The socialized one.
Very cool. How's your day going?
It's good. How are you?
Thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's essentially what I do.
Why did you decide?
What up, Derek? How you living, pimp?
Yo.
Derek, how'd you find that about me, Derek?
The voice chat, Discord server.
Oh, okay, very well. I was just telling our friend Liam, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years of content. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. I have over 100 YouTube streams, 200 Instagram accounts. I have more than 500 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, more than 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and more than 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person in global history.
What's the point of that money?
Well, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends, make your family very rich. I'm going to do everything I can to give you generational wealth if you don't already have it, so that you're financially independent if you're not already, and really to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound?
That sounds pretty good, to be fair. But you don't feel you're wasting your life just like doing nothing all day?
Well, I do a lot, but I mean, I'm financially independent. I'm financially independent, so I can just live my life.
Do you like to sleep on? How many beers you got? Oh,
how many beards do I have?
Years.
Oh, I don't know. I don't count them.
Do you get donuts?
Yes, I do.
When was the last donut you got?
Yesterday.
How much?
Enough.
Fair enough. What you watching?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. And if you have any questions or you need anything from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah, all right.
Making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them. And here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland,
I'm watching this history lecture. Feel free to enjoy.
Push and pull factors. Factors
What's your question?
Which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe.
You can go under the
Eastern
covers.
Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation
I'm single by choice.
A man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them, protection and refuge.
Like it's going
So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Israelis from Galicia, who
that's for
Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology of Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Po, Lin, we will rest, but here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the
do what makes you happy. It's just not a game that's really that interesting to me. If I want to play with blocks, I'll play like
Jews to,
Legos, I guess, but I don't even do that. That's for children as well. I'm not putting it down. It's cool if that's like a hobby of yours, but if I'm going to play a game, I like to play Grand Theft Auto or something like that.
In northern Germany, that seem to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities.
You mean like men who are my fans?
And Jews were very frustrated by this. As a minority, Jews are always vulnerable
I'm always
to
open to
violence,
fans.
and they rely on legitimate authorities
Who's
to maintain a ROTHSCHILD, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks that they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that someone throws a rock through their front window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, we'll have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed,
happy that you're here, and I'm open to answering any other questions that you have. But I'm watching this lecture right now. Feel free to, if you want to give other questions that have been asked, Rabbi, anything section on the left side. Feel free to just type in anything you have in there, and I'll answer any other questions that you have.
Blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of
pleasure to meet you guys.
In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century, and so there's more and more with the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the other hand. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241.
Let you ask anything you want to know.
The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate.
Yo, Pip, again, I'm watching this lecture. Feel free to enjoy.
Concentrated areas, and you can take advantage
What's your
of
question?
your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll get speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things were actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish state Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I did. If you're interested in joining us this summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The society is beginning to open up and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and Gretz controversy. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Ries's parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. At any rate, what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual, he got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt. Saying, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his main contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art. You know, it's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history, and it's all about, you know, sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science. We're supposed to, you know, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is much of this data are just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. And that proves to be extremely problematic, because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, as Risa's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up all the way along. Just tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of, was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to occasion, and Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in form and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and he really loved Japan. He spent a tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? And so Ries became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching.
Your anti-horse dick into my shitter because I'm shutting things down. Right. The opportunity store is starting to close. Lots of departments in the opportunity store.
And I can't emphasize enough. If there's a hot tub time machine, I would use it to go back in bed, make millions of dollars. I would have you get your old.
Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. It's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century, and most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills, they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know that there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today it has at least 29 graves, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of where my father, blessed memory, was buried in Toronto, and there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anno Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbi, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese War, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Kosher River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
The best tees of all time. Get your essentials from True Classic. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. Head on over to Target, Costco, like Ryan said, or just go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. True Classic.
Sorry, where were we?
We're talking about CT and that bullshit shooter.
Oh, yeah.
How about CJ Colton?
Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know 9 million people living in Korea, and according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is, in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now, that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today, so this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently, there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked in the Encyclopedia Judaica, and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokeyer, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokeyer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, and as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971, and you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation, and by 1984, more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korea National Digital Library. 169 of them list Rabbi Tokeyer as the author, and Talmudic texts frequently hit the bestseller lists in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by ROTHSCHILD in New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies Review published in 2018 by Sarit Katan Girbitz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, and Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive. And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Havrusa-style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures, and just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really, Bava Metzia the way we have today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov and Agadah, things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children Talmud. And here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. That's a little rabbi in the corner here. And Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your babies. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are if you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on video. Thank you very much for watching.
What happens is you get a lot of social capital for this. It's very easy to get a lot of attention. Is that her? Right there in the middle?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to call exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization, right now, for example, in Israel, North America, some parts of Europe, you know, the Jews of Asia are so unusual, so different in so many ways. So, in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and Japan, with Coastal River Cruises, I'm starting to do some research on the Jews out in South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here is a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you enjoy it. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years. And it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that had happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Beijing. And it was like, it's hard to... if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist. There happened to be a St. John the Baptist day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, he wrote the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Ai Tian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Ai Tian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the tradition, or the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get one sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domenge, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there's a clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are translating themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks which were established, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. If you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block is another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community, cherished the temple and rebuilt it. And these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here, and this Memorial Book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing. It was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I mean, I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors. And, there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that adaptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques because, after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh, yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that Jewish males were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and China's Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us on this amazing cruise to Japan and Korea, please have a look at the website, kosherrivercruise.com, and you'll have lots of information there about it. Okay, in the meantime, I look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish change to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time, but basically it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky could help us out with this. The term Yevrei, or Hebrew, is the polite term. Žid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia and things like that. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and the Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Krantz, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not focused on the
I usually will. This is representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens that there's a really nasty anti-Semitism developing now. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thinker of this era. In France, an especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Drumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there, and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows this sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. And the key cause was, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, Popular Illustrated Edition, Push France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard de Roman, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time, in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran parties, political parties, that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, he questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that France was so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this was in that period where still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed, let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulettes are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. Just an incredible demonstration of complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Rouman really built on of the Jews are our misfortune. Right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There's so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate. Probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire dramatically and fundamentally. When this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. And obviously this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, L'Aurore, which means the dawn. And it says, J'accuse, I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, and front page news, this betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon, but he was allowed to go free. Essentially, his sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights. If 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own. And for Herzl, that meant Israel and Zionism. And this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern-day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Kranz will say something. Oh, I think we lost him. Is that possible? It's so hard teaching that, so I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay, okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I. And on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century that goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways. They're really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video. I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they are like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went into the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad's Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed on itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? Yeah, they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself, and it's like they didn't have a any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of, and so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth. Tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, though, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that, the Pale had massive numbers of Jews in it. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy through a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around. We can get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says, Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Nechiste. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. You know what this word Nechiste is? Chiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin, and the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that a little bit. Great communist Russians, of whom there are many. The most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization. And you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremony, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it. And then there are these, various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all of the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. That's somehow the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it, WUTSIK, which stands for Wutsen Kommandier, where 10 Jews are in charge, or 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were Jewish practices. Part of that is related definitely to things neutral like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the payas, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to I'm going to pause for a second, and then I'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions?
No, we should give him an atomic wedgie. Let's do it.
Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello?
David T. Mr. Tillman.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
Good.
when you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fix the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were
It sounded
some.
like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact, and I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. The totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews...
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he was a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He was in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that there are, in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets, realized that they weren't great.
Yes.
Like, the Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left have probably been very crazy Soviets.
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, 2 bubbles, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskys, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait a minute, we grew too fast. We have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube. I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the rapprochement. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation that there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February. And then in October, the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians. We spoke about them at Khmelnytsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kyiv reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, can we team up and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, and like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut on top of it. And the reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters. And in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which is hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car. And they were running between 3 cities in Western Ukraine, trying to avoid Red Army troops. But that was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government and Ministry of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish army. You had, Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a guy named Makhno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday we're for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday we're for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they'd experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big, but 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where places would be attacked over and over and over again. Huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Tuman. I'll get to in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also even to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like a group led by a man named Grigoriev literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down the violence against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were associated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many Jews immediately said, well, that's it. We've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of base medrash, pay us flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, a rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities to wreak revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogrom? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Would that do anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, a very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Rebbitzin just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be super healthy tomorrow. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, Mr. Tuman's question, also John Paul Himka's question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it, called in Ukrainian the Peturivshchina, or in French the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attacked the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like, it was the worst of society. This is why if you recall the title of my book here, let's just go back for a minute. It shows this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? Come on, LCM, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominating, though.
Yeah, good. Well, Pirkei Avos.
Having established someone from office.
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government?
Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, Shil Male Mora Ish Esrehu Kaim Balahu. That if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, you'll have this goes into more detail than I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious. But two things: we should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who join with them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions and why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Say, oh, that's it. Let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. But fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation. And it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book, I guess, that you wrote, the prayer for the government, sounded very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this matzah from like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania, I forgot the title, and it has like their names and stuff. It's like, I find it a cool thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the welfare of the government in America too. We definitely have to do it because there's we shouldn't think that America is not this. That we wouldn't be exposed in this country too. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards, a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petiora. interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler, an artist. They were not, generals when they came to power. Petliura came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Who's that, Monsieur Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" He says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead in the street. He is arrested. He doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Trial, you can see Spark standing up at the left there. However, he had a brilliant defense.
Miss Aquarius, how are you, my friend? I'm lovely. You ready to get your 100th win tonight?
I hope we can get it. I hope we can get it. Yes, already.
Alrighty, man. How was your day?
That was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Alright, you have an invitation.
I'm here. Come on, let's go, y'all. Come on. I gotta get up.
Good spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need to match you.
Okay, come on, you got it. You got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good spare.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You can get a spare from there. You just did.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, that was close.
No. You got this, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, get it. Come on. Oh, that's like half off. You should get that. Get it.
No. Come on, Rabbi. I don't do this. Come on. You got this.
Ooh. Not what I wanted.
Oh, yeah, you must try.
Nice spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, there we go.
Look at you. You've got the lead.
Okay. You got two, though. You got two.
Get it. Keep going. 71.
You got it. Yeah, come on, Rabbi.
Oh no, my finger slipped. Get it. You got your 100th win, Miss Aquarius. Oh no, you didn't. I apologize. Apologies. Oh man.
I get it, I get it, I'm gonna get it this weekend.
You're getting it tonight, girl.
Let's go, come on. Let's do this.
There you go. That's the spear you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh no. This is hard. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Come on. I got one.
No. Get it. Miss Aquarius, tonight's your night.
Outside.
You got these. Get them. Those close.
No, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius, look at these splits I'm getting.
No.
What a split. 7-10 split. I've never had one of those. I'm pretty sure that was a 7-10 split. Get this one. You got it. Big spare. I need a big comeback. Big comeback. Get it. Comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. You get it. All right. Get these two.
That one. All right. Come on, Rabbi. Yeah, we're going to do another one. We're doing one more.
You got it.
We're going to do one more. One more.
Miss Aquarius wants that 100th win.
I want my 100 win, yeah. I'm going to get my 100 win. Instead of your problem, I need my win.
There you go. That's how you start.
So, yeah, let's go. All right.
Uh-oh. No. You're going to get it this time, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. Get this. Miss Aquarius has the lead.
Knock that down.
Get the spare, girl. Perfect. Perfect. I need a strike. Give it to me. Get it. That's good. Ooh, 45. Big one.
No, you got it, Rabbi. You got it. I just do it now. Go ahead. You got to start. Go ahead, Rabbi. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. Oh, we got tied. So I may have a chance. I don't know. Yay,
There you go. $61. Get it. Good spare. 65.
Let's see. See, yeah, I get it tomorrow. I'm not going to get it tonight. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It was a good run, Miss Aquarius.
I'm going to play with somebody different because you over there, you.
I don't let anybody get away with anything easy.
Oh, no. I'm going to play with somebody. Watch. I bet I get it.
Oh, no, don't you play with anybody else. You have to get it with me.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Exactly. Exactly. Don't play with anybody else.
Which way to do this and that. So we'll play tomorrow.
You want to go again tonight?
Okay, one more.
One more. This might be it.
Do it and that's it.
Get it.
Come on. Let's go, y'all. Come on.
Get these two. Get these two. You got them.
Nope.
Oh, how did you split that?
Come on, you got it.
Nope, I'm done.
Come on, Rabbi. No, don't you give it. Nope. Do it, Rabbi. You got it. Don't let me win. Come on. You got this. See? You do that. I don't want to feel like you want to know we're not doing it. Let's go. Now. Right. Go.
Oh. You deserve the spare there.
Come on, right now. Don't you let me leave. Hey!
Don't worry about that.
There we go. Just there. And you win out, okay?
That's right.
I don't care. I get it. Let's go do this way. Okay, that one. Come on, Rabbi. Yay, got it straight.
You did too.
Hey.
Get it. That was a big miss.
Yeah.
$44.
Yeah, but you made it.
Get it.
All right, I get it tomorrow. God, let me get my 100 win tomorrow, Lord, please. Yeah. Good job. You win, I win.
That's right, ma'am.
Yeah, you're a pro. Yeah, okay. I hear you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow night, God willing.
Yeah, God willing. I see somebody. Where your friends at? They not in here no more?
Oh, they'll be in.
Oh. Yeah, you ain't like you had a good night.
You as well. Take care. Sweet dreams to you.
All right. Sweet dreams.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You want me to stay in here with you tonight?
If you'd like to, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll stay here. See you tonight. See you tomorrow.
See you in the morning, God willing. Take care.
Yeah,
Defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petliura was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petliura deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petliura's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petliura himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that, and personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, support. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, correct?
As can be perfectly clear.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today then. We'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my shiur this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
George
Lamb, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Because it was too poetic. I was like, nah, that's
He doesn't speak like that, but like Khalil and Rogan were talking about like Dagestans and the show Discipline, and Rogan mentioned, jail had to get taken. I keep saying the Dagestan is so disciplined because there's nothing. They don't have baseball.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying in the time. But when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we've got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devise. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy, if the government cannot protect its Jews. So we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, and just as it was falling, I was during my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things. And all these different theorists, and all these different people, and it's like all garbage. A good chunk of it was made by Jews, as we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest level in society, and then using their positions, their perches high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism said, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to say, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class would not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, I can afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I've got a whole factory with, and I have 2 Teslas in my garden because we just took it over. Mr. Tilbury, you want to say something?
How many times has that happened to Jews? After being evicted?
Many times, Jews have had an experience that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Butler. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx, it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is that's capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. It's true, he was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century, but he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. What is it? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do you do? I know you have a friend for a friend. Asking for a friend.
Numb the senses.
They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down and they just want to do nothing and let the opium just work through their system. And it's like it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianism more Judaism. But he said, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. It's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, where you like focus, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union, and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. So that's any questions about socialism for our thumbnail definitions?
Is there a difference between communism?
Good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we are all together in a community. But communism is, simply put, one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? It's one of the capitalist sort of environment for industry, for economy, but a little bit. Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted some things, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance to start with. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea, universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it. It means rationing and stuff like that. But the fact is, they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that's bizarre. Yeah, and so there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal health care. And Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this at great length. But these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Loiki?
They kind of take away everything from you in your apartment.
Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence?
Dying out now.
Slowly, about 100 years. Yeah, about a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons volunteered in kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like, for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base medrash are made by the kibbutz Rabbi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually, it's stable at work. There are questions about, is it, viable for another generation? And they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now. Maybe not 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. The reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people can get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. It doesn't work in Cuba, it doesn't work anywhere.
My biggest thing where I was in the social process, and the biggest flaw with communist socialism and all these things is, okay, we took over the country. There's no look at how do we, there's so much money we dictate, but there's no actual look at how we come.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately, because Marx, who was dead by that, drew a progression that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal. They would go to a feudal society, like we talked about in the medieval period. Then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog this. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this in the graduate school. We want to get back to our topic. So here we are. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes to some degree. The third, I think this is behaving weird.
Last one, this is a thing that's right there on the board. This object.
This object?
Yes, Mike.
Really? Brilliant. That looks good. How did you do that?
In the exact spot where it was, someone was touching it right there. So
that must be it. Okay, great. Third option, 5, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of chibat Zion, of desire to go back there to Israel, is almost as old as the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also aware, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with a flag and an army and passports and stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara and Shavuos. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people didn't think in terms of creating a political state until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. They're like, yes, and Subas, it's the Shavua. It's look at how brilliant these students are. And watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at that later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was about a different response, because essentially, you got to read that Pirkei Avos where it says, don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion, Herzl is in the picture in the background. He's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back and talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land of dollars, because we've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. And this whole idea of socialism is sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, it didn't work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back there to Israel. We'll end this 2,000-year-old cycle of Galus by going back to the land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately mean the end of Jewish history, because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because, amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, the creation of a state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this. It's very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. This one here. Let's move.
Coyotes, I wouldn't want to do that too. I'm not killing coyotes, even though they come out of chickens. So
this is a little weird. It was not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering. That Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity. Maybe we can actually do it here. the basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubnov, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in the country to join a single voting bloc called a cadastre, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your stuff, all that stuff. And inside the cadastre, you create your own Jewish parliament. And so here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called a federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Dubnov imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not really have as much strength as the way Dubnov imagined it. It has a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing Orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Guinness was founded as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of the other except maybe immigration. And the immigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, you'll recall, such a trade Medina, people would throw their tefillin overboard when they came to Ellis Island and things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shkita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education, stuff like that, they wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Buddhist Israel is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies used, well, one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because now I'm going to show you how this is translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your youngsters. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precise. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left-wing. It actually has to do, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sit on the left side of the room. But the left wing is called socialism, they're pro-socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin. He's a science major. Right, so this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society, people who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tend to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing clip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I'll think of his name later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan.
Exactly the fact that we know more about these still agrees with our single minority.
You gotta repeat that slower for an old man.
That has to do with the fact that even though huge Jews and Commonwealth Jews figured out these minorities, we still think of ourselves as a minority.
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves as a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shikha, we have Leked. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where, traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so the shift happened that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always. But anyway, this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorkas. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, in diaspora, or should we be there in Eretz Zionism? That's the wrong way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so expensive, right? Especially this particular factor is going to be really high. Keep your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics, separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go and see what we is there. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. Then diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. We have this group called the GUINNESS. This is the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. GUINNESS is essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, very, actual factory work, and they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the workman's circle, or workers' circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's one of the news, but a few years ago they made news because they closed this, and they let the common president, so because the protesters blind spot press officers.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora, and we will collect donations from ourselves, and we will support ourselves and things like that. That's that politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, but if there's 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our last quarter, so they believe in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, calm, it's relatively, oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have a very good marine science major here. As girls, we go to Haifa and study the coral in a lot. But at any rate, that's kind of his model. Not the people's socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl and Zionism, and I could kill this, start up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he basically believed that Jewish society has to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist, but he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. Herzl had, Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. Anti-Semitism is a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine. that you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy, and another book that I'm going to tell you in a minute, that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see an extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar and let's, talk with the creative Palestinian state, stuff like that, 2 states. There are people who say that's ridiculous. That is a question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually. And very, very alive. And of course, this quadrant, who lives over here, this is a group called the Paul H. Dion, the Workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that help build the kibbutz, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived they believed in communal share of wealth in the state and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect the kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said with Jabotinsky, you're just gonna fight with all of our friends. You're gonna make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Parenti. Mr. Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is, you can manage this, right? It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parenti correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. This side of the spectrum, capitalists, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna keep Shabbos, lechatchila and hit al tasra. I'm not gonna do that. But it'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, is definitely a very religious person. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke, actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer HaTzair kibbutz. Hashomer HaTzair, a young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were buying into the Marxist idea of religion as the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, he's my most guy, he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke, the young people, they kind of extend into black strip and not. He says in his face here in Canada. Anyways. So, where does religion? So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive religious. Very well. What's the difference between the kibbutz because it's whether they're supporting in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's got to be done here in Russia. And these people were saying, no. We've had our experiences in those. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists, will be socialist in Israel. So you're going to not religious, that's what it is. Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. It's just over a century, almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parente's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, like, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved with the Lord into Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and see this a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedinah, we say it in the Torah, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the so, Adarabah, even he flew in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surigah is essentially derived from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right, as opposed to both the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. You sort of see me without here somewhere. This is the most recent one.
No, which section? I mean,
I just wrote it already out here as the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own Siyam on Shas. Got rolling in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast, the Shameless Plug.
Come on, baby.
No, I do definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Yeah, that's it. In ninth grade, yeah, that was like 20 years ago. I haven't been doing it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's a short, like, it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single Daf of the bar. 2,711 videos. Make sure that. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we call Arabian, meaning we call it English ultra-Orthodox, you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. It would say you are, contravening that oath, you're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time, it'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened with parties? Jews unified. Probably not lucky. Let's go through one at a time. What happened with the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like those of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our better ring, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow this social thing. If you're going to meet a Buddhist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist. Still, you know,
She wasn't particularly huge when this to New York.
yeah.
One works a lot of them, right? And yeah, I don't get the same. I'm not more excited.
Okay.
They're saying only on the certain side.
So it's but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% of the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it with Federation, stuff like that. Coalition, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for like 19 years, I think, for a really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel right here. Ben-Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. It's very little kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably would be Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called PAC, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, you know, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party, and his inheritors, intellectuals, are people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahane. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about Pope's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more stuff in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? Lefty, you're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to them? Is suggesting that a long time. Before him, this was all the founders of Israel right here. Ben-Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. It's very little kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, it's probably just Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called PAC, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kach was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahani's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanis. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahani. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about Rav Kook's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? If you left you're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to them? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all?
There's a lot of subtext.
Yes. So we take it as a general idea of Haredi. What happened to them after the Holocaust? Exactly. Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Agudas Yisrael there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since you're in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society. Please.
Actually, I read the Bayan for the European time love and all too, and I started even before that.
Yes.
So then they were again fighting. Like, yes, they met with the head of Jordan and something.
Oh, definitely. No, they were definitely
trying to take a different approach. And they attacked this political guy and disbanded them. So what wasn't only in that answer about why.
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that we separated into. But you're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. Mr. Rune and Mr. Durantes.
So actually, I'm not asking about the American version of the same thing. I'm asking about the Israeli version. I'm not a sleeper, just the average guy in Yashar. So I think the idea is retarded, but it isn't necessarily about running over to his later.
Yeah.
So where, how far past the show are they fall on the list?
Well, Missouri Karza, I think, is For those of you who maybe aren't familiar, in Surakarta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Sakmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're holding their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing. I think it's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right. I'm differentiating the American leaders from the sympathetic to the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just they think Zionists are arrogant, but they won't necessarily say they are very better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Dego Torah, and I haven't even gone into the ethnic, the Z axis, I guess it would be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim comes to their own in the 1970s. And they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi. But when the Sephardim get involved, in Mizrahi, then they change everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hope send that door. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why you're praising Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this: 1930s. Father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And he says, "Well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He goes, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jews."
He might have gone crazy. Because he looks like he's a good kid. No, he looks like he's a terrible kid to me. Well, so schizophrenia hits men in their 20s. And this, a lot of times, I think it's schizophrenia, unfortunately.
Today's class, and we'll probably bleed into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we lost some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes, and then we went boldly into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We are still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, but probably get to on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through
how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And these are the two classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate study. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of critical on the roof kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now, let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern, for the rest of the world, basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Like
what are you giggling?
In the 17th century, and then continues since the 18th, the Enlightenment.
I'm here, girl.
Into the bowl of insanity, you know. And I don't want to go there, but I caught myself. I've been doing a lot of talking to myself lately, which is typical, but it's kind of heightened. I catch myself feeling and correcting myself out loud. And it's like people around, and like because I feel like I'm like indoors, so I'm doing it like I'm like they're not around, right? And they're around, and this isn't normal, right? But there's a whole explanation for it, which is quite obvious. And I'll say that conflict does not sustain the human body. But being at the point that I am today, I observed something very funny, and I'm gonna back at it. I can't help but laugh because I was so serious when I did it. When I opened the lid of the toilet and said, "This is a test," closed it, and then zipped it to fake fucking. It doesn't have a zip. I told the truth. Shut its fucking mouth. Walked out the bathroom. Went to the fucking front and I sat there and said, "Bitch, you have to go to the bathroom right now. Like, you don't just get to decide to go. You have to go, like, right now. You're here, so you have to, like," you forgot that you had to go to the bathroom. He's like, because you were holding it. And then you really, bro. And that shit was funny as hell because it felt like being a child. But that is dangerous.
You wild, girl.
Rabbi, that's not the word. I mean, it is the word, but I don't like it. I don't like it because it has a negative connotation.
Wild doesn't necessarily. Wild has a great conversation. Have you ever heard of the movies Girls Gone Wild? Those girls are amazing.
Ooh, no, they're not.
They're like 50 now.
Rabbi, that's still gross.
It's not always a bad thing. There's
too much trauma to think about that.
I'm saying that wild doesn't always mean. I'm not saying wild doesn't.
Under certain circumstances.
I'm not saying wild always means bad.
I think a lot of things right now because I think you know I don't want to be God. How many times can you? God, how many more? I don't. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
I get you. I'm just saying wild doesn't always mean bad.
Huh?
Wild doesn't always mean bad.
What?
Wild doesn't always mean bad.
Yeah, okay, yeah, speak for yourself. I don't think you have any idea what the fuck's going on.
I don't think anyone knows what's going on.
Ow,
ow, ow, and wow. I think that's what I said.
You wild, girl.
And wild is not a good word. It's not a good word. It's always bad. You know why? Because civilization. And I told you about my birds, okay? And they're fucking civil. And do wolves just harass each other? No. So something's going on here. I think we're dealing with a fucking alien species. And if anybody fucking likes to react to this shit, I don't know what else to fucking say because it must be like, okay. If somebody made this shit up, I'll tell you this.
What's that?
If they have nuts, I'll like to collect them, and I'll like to, somebody wrote this down for me to do before. You know what I'm saying? Where are they? And I'm trying to kill them. Nigga, how could they do this?
Don't use that word.
This is the brink of no return. It's no returning. I can't even enjoy a goddamn regular lifestyle. I gotta talk to a toilet, and I really gotta sit here and tell you that, nigga, why the fuck would I, don't call me wild.
Girl, if you keep using that word, I'm gonna mute you.
Don't. Rabbi,
Yeah,
you're
man.
speaking to a person that has about 2% left brain fat. If you really think that this is the time for you to reprogram, you are sadly mistaken.
Okay, girl.
You had a long time to do that, and you decided not to because I don't know why, but I will tell you this.
What's
I
that?
think I'm done fucking talking.
Sounds like a plan, girl.
Right now, I'm wondering exactly the extent of the oddities of the things that I missed. The exact extent, I'm wondering.
I don't know what you mean.
that particular night, I would have messaged you certain things. And while I recall the nature and dialogue, I don't recall all of it. But reading back the letter that I wrote while I was in the hospital shortly after this encounter, I recognized myself refer to this situation again. And with this situation, I simply thank you for your time.
You're welcome, girl. Oh.
And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology. The scientific revolution and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that are associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
The studies we saw as thinkers think about it.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Elderstein?
The value of learning and humanity without failure.
Very good. Deciding, putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invent ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific aspects of the Holocaust to say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. Hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more, well, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. The discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat, until it's not reliable, the potato's right. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western trade. It is like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. If we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 180 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep in the Enlightenment, so it melds with the Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Kehillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servi Kamarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to be kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from today. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we live, for example. We couldn't be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. The rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control the Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they promise not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Yudea, relatively important. These are the kinds of things that would go with free modern society because, again, the state governs as a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities later. Mr. Silver, do you have a question? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate on Jews, and they evolve. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moshe Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how it will play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, there's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestant. When you talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Yeah, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were like the Orthodox Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on, and so other things.
Martin Luther, famously said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and feeling like the cardinals can't even agree with each other on various things, like how do we get that as the word of God? If the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is arguing, arguing against each other. And wasn't he concerned that we shouldn't be trusting in men for the word of God, just focus on what the Testament says?
Right. It's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's take on this big project. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. It's a very good point. So to stay where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves? What do we do with them? That is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on? So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? White person will consider them white. Okay, white supremacy white, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. Just right. It's the same way in Europe where Jews have like almost all the rights to very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-Ashkenazi Jews have the same external appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people, so therefore we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor creature. Yes, controversial.
I mean, but if I remember, the first people to discover the New World was Columbus and like Spanish. Yeah, those were, I guess, like Spanish Jews are like Spartans, so wouldn't they be in general darker than us?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same skin tone as my mother, my grandmother, and people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic?" You get that too, Mr. Again, right? Yeah, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about like, blue, black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of like squeak under the wire. And also, we weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less threatened to America. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to them. Well, I didn't make me ask me for my British translator. Yeah, so I said no Yiddish, please, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading and fending off the Indians and whatever else they had to deal with and creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaico, the Jewish oath, things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? So it says, we the people, right? It is the right word? Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got this a few months ago. I almost forgot, right? So the human right to, right, that people want life, liberty, and happiness, pursuit of happiness. So I should rewind this because also, God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. Again, I already have my passport. But these are kind of things like all men are created equal. That's a great word, right, Jeff? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated, they just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, you still have issues, like in New Hampshire, from 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual, kind of an unusual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, you had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, which in the Gemara would be for the base instrument, the Banco Kedushin, for example, such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church. Jews would be Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew unexpected. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the Sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have, until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid changes or rapid changes you'll have in France. So social change in this case, which is already basically finding their place, that creates legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture, and unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Like France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You'll recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the Sun King, once said, after moi, after me, the flood. Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I am the entire universe. In fact, he once said, the state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple. And same with death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they'd have to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty, the gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too. And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for Jews too, wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenazi. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this much more length than we looked, right? But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenazi, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. These are the regions where Polish were very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, population way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to become Christians, and so they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s, and by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. And they come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story. It's like 200 years after they were submerged in the south of France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, a bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights, because we're really French. We speak French, this is what we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on kashers and shabbos and stuff like that, compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights, and then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history. What's the primary difference between a citizen and a citizen? Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish. As distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Rabbi. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, you try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beit Din said, go up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no like sort of, I used to affiliate. I'm going to like hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are that Beit Din in particular loses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce group conformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together and to further away with the assembly. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Caliente? Durante. How long does it take for us to legally how long does it take society to fully integrate? Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus, excellent. Another case in point, Canadian business in France. Oh, yes, right? The anti-Semitism of France today is like fine. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? You know, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory when every single French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say they never did. They never would. You could even say it didn't work in America. You know, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that, you know what, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Because social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. You know, and they've got lots of laws, civil rights movements, all kinds of things that have supported them and still insufficient. So these are like the young lecturer, we're still dealing with problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity. They just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? And they say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which was way back in ancient times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. So we said, oh, no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would include not only France this time, but a big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was his head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi Sinheim. You can see he has this amazing hat. I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him to honor the Sanhedrin itself, and the two dromedary humps there are supposed to represent the two tablets of the law, named book of three. Anyway, it's definitely a very cool look. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, very, very invested in the side of mass. And Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. Typically, it was a predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the question, you can probably imagine the answer. Here you go, question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Thank you, Mr. Gladstone, you are correct. They are not. But only since the ban of rabbinic marriage, right? But still, why would Napoleon care?
At the time, they were very interested in signing up that were starting to polygamy, and therefore worried maybe like what for those Mormons in America.
Okay, good question. There are other groups who saw trans.
On American education forms, they actually are doing like also.
Okay, but there in America, it's more of a reasonable thing. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you gotta get too loud in the back there. Wait till after classes. Okay, go ahead.
They should just keep track of the marriage and multiple wives and instead of take that same time.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question for them. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? You guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, he's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only in the 18th century but today. But he says, I see that Abraham, Isaac, well not Isaac, but Jacob, you know, they have like multiple wives. So you Jews, are you guys doing that now? So like, no, I'm concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you would just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to like sort of render polygamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are you from us? Secondly, there's divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has relationship to one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. You know, we invented divorce. Here's important. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No, you guys marry non-Jews. Why does he want to know this? More for him. More for him? What do you mean by that, Mr. Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this? Mr. Lodge, what do you think? What do you mean, yes? Yes, you can? Did you see the picture of David Simpson? Did you see his house? Yeah, why would you say yeah? Well, he's actually, like I said, it's a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up. which is essentially the same answer that you could say today about a lot of rabbis. Right? They don't want to say I like Napoleon instead of Boris. Forbidden. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But if they say to him that, look at the time, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract him with it. They don't want to say an outright sheker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so much you can do and things happen, and they got it passed. He went on with question 4. Right? This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French? Or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implications of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what you think about. Very good. Are you going to rebel against it? Especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. But you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. Do you consider this your country? Will you defend France? They apparently shouted, we have the minutes of this meeting, which was jusqu'à la mort. We will defend France to the very death. Right? This is also really important. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have sort of the beginning in the way here? Do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know this? Yeah. Or even less than an army. What if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if? How much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club. Right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be a lead knitter, who's not. If you can force people to knit certain things, you're not out of things, and you can say, you need to do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is free. He doesn't want to have a rival for his sports. Do we have to obey the rabbis? They want to say there is no double standard for Frenchmen. And again, philosophically, they're definitely not good from a non-Jewish to get to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not. He does not. They do not want a learned convoluted discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth. Things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, let's say, become winemakers or food keepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are money lenders, right? They're still in money lending, especially small-time money lending. And you please explain that to us. Are you prohibited to charge interest on? Basically, the Sanhedrin answers all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys, back in 1790 and 1791, Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues, the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France, they regulate Judaism along with other religions. That every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You see on the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King. Right? Everybody loves Napoleon. And over here, an amazing, incredibly obscure image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, "Oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights," which is equal in our minds to receiving the 10 Commandments. Obviously not a 12th image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the book. Please remind me. Mr. Sterling. This was produced by Jews? Yes, right. So this is constitute a form of fame. So kind of maybe and I'm sure TV like I don't see that. Yeah, right? Yeah. What else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this? Right. I mean, it's something wrong with that one. Emancipation was a bold cap for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, guys, don't, Rabbi Darrell Wine likes to say, you should never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant, I'd like to say, not so much people before. I would think so. Yeah, that's a great thing to say. It's true, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, there were so many people who were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. It shows how far down they were. But we're still leaving. Mr. Webb, is your question? Okay, so let's go right now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during the time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France was. It took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, called reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far. Like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution? No. Break that up. Just transferring it to thank you, Mr. Valente. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? What do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric numbers, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that it's hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would develop all kinds of like, luckily, This did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy day. Period of time. Eventually calmed down. 24.
I think one thing I do like about TDP is the way he frames his very
So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. I think there's two 12 hours. I think it's like on top of it, the whole time with the new time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. So now we want to go to another hugely important era. Building. I want to move a little bit east. So far we've talked about France, because France was sort of the leading edge of emancipation. So now we've got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardi Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to pass all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, I think I have slides on that, yeah. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff. There were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia, but until 1917. So this idea of Jews dealt with as a group is something that reserved well into the 20th century as we go far east as Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive, from a Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement. 3 years of these attacks, many of these communities attacked multiple times, said not able or interested in protecting its Jewish citizens. And this is like a cloud, a very important principle in Jewish history. You know, you worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else, because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. And I'll take you through very quickly. I want to show you these things in charge. This is a great study. These people here, they're in Rostov, Tegmont, Oregon, Sakali, and Yekaterina Yoravskaya. I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see that this is just the number of pogroms, not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. Like the number of people killed per pogrom is much larger. But a huge number in 1881, a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but actually then it's more accepted because the brutality is much worse this time in the and the Revolutionary Era, 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers, compared to the Holocaust, are tiny. Like, the scale of these attacks, yeah, 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people thought it was like the end of the world when they were treated in 1919. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failure, the years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that we do not go into a recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they're combined. One or the other we can handle, but combined is terrible. This is really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone. Yep, that's right. Whole African Americans get the flu or pneumonia, right? And I think we say the same thing about this here too. That if it's bad for a downturn, much worse for Jews. Mr. Burns. Also, well, they already had a lot of political turmoil, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. Put a pin in that particular question, because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really wanted to get to yet. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show up in first to get. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. And most of the people you know will fit into the political movements that do all of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, emigration. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the flee strategy. This is the flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement, here in red, between 1881 and 1917, when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your candidates in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this group here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance. But that was a joke. But there was actually, microphone's not picking up, but there's like thunderous laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. Right? The Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the golden Medina, it was the trade for Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find gay schools, you're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this great movement were actually rebels. But they were like refusing to go along with it in many cases. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Yes, and then now whether as Asia to the side of the
Oh, because we should recall that borders were very different in the beginning of at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this was a time when America was actually openly in the Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and you needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. And they came and just said, here I am, ready to be a citizen. And it worked. You follow our question?
Or yeah, I noticed they kind of like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely.
For a lot of these concentrations, in the case of South Africa, the reason is because of ladder migration. That is very common phenomenon in migration, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from their place is already gone. So you say, look, I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that, his brother, I work with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go with Moshe. I never met him, but he comes from my town, so I'm going to go set up with him. And this is where a lot of South Africans, there are reasons for South Africans coming in the first place, the gold mines, things like that, but, Lithuanians, so a lot of this and migrate specifically to South Africa. There's not a lot, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There will be a huge amount in World War II when Jews head their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's because they're fleeing Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that talk about so Mr. Rubin, how much could there's a theory that the reason that Jews who came out of the Holocaust are much more religious, they are because they're going to stay back. There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's an important observation. But they don't say that. Regards like the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, I don't care. I'm going to set up my own. I'm going to go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is American. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak Yiddish even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized. That was very phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's sound on. I can't believe it. Scholarly with compost, right? Why would they say why would they, I can understand you guys might be in social media and your laptops on top, but play a video and sound will be over the top. Alright, sorry. But I was able to go back to this place and saw how many years. Exactly. Talk about post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II. I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastated. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering active hostility from the Poles, the Kielce and elsewhere. They're saying, well, that's it. I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about how they come. They're not choosing America. America's forced by them. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself into America. I'm going to make America into myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherds should have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood and places like that. And they had a huge impact.
A little bit more niche follow-up question is what about the enlightenment Jews of the time who say you're so great for them no matter what? For those people, I think that not either.
Yeah, Enlightenment Jews, largely because most of them were killed, and those that did make it, I think, they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, I myself, like, my parents are Holocaust era, they were both born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of continuity. Mr. Abbott,
so I understand on enlightenment. I know that one of the two major ports that Jews immigrated to, or through, other than New York or Alabama, was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate to Galveston did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like reformed communities, so traditionally, which definitely is much more of, like I said, towards enlightenment than the Shetzbach of the Psalm East Coast. Right. So there definitely were lots of Jews who came to America and did set down and continue to enlighten.
Oh, absolutely. We're not talking about America today. We're talking about leaving Russia. When we talk about America post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Immigration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the research to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They're very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people writ large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to minorities. So among the most important of those, this man, Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the late Russian Empire is that it's almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere on the entire Russian Empire. You get a hard one. Yeah, but was the leader of the Red Army, amazing when a Jew could reach such heights in time, but again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When I say social democrat, it's another word for a communist. And so this is the second major strategy, is let's not just leave Russia, Let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed tradition, which I invented, which is basically like the Agudas Yisrael and the Haredi movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to find himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning.
It's so dope. 6 people. I'll tell you, not crazy. How many cars do you build in a year? I build 3 to 4. My own personal, I have like 9. When you sell them, right? Or you give them away. I do raffles. Yeah, you raffles. So what happens? Like people buy a ticket, and that ticket they buy a T-shirt, or they get them for free, but usually through merch. We're at drivefastongas.com. We're doing a TRX now with over 800 horsepower. Wow. $50,000 in mods. The winner gets that, and $10,000 cash. That ends in August. So drivefastongas.com.
All right, we have some great things like this. Gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. Because when you understand this, you will know everything that is important about life. And Judaism, all that stuff. What did we learn about the language? Yeah, no, I say it had to be from. It has to be about reality, about how do we get to the... history, one of the cool things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along some kind of country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this place? But if you had, a map, or that was like a very large piece of paper that geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, oh, now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way, and things like that. So, we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And I hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the 2 issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word Haskell, which means like to grow intelligent, right? We call the long guy Shalki. From all my teachers, I gained the wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because we now have light in it. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important thing. I said it so well. Something pulled up like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments, maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. They've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where is true, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide and America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why for the first time that people actually started making themselves, or not the first time affected, the first time in, I don't know, 100 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we decided, thinking on behalf of the human race, and
start questioning things, start finding some things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the three sophists, meaning guys kind of like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. They're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets to say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That's its Mila, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit.
Why does that process start happening?
It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam and it fits on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to modern values, it nevertheless has a huge post-up. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, from your math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything is real? How do I know it? Maybe I am dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass speakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. Anyway, I shouldn't say that in class. I know I'm recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? No, it could be that I exist next to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, and to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting
maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, no, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You will feel it or you don't. So don't start questioning it, because you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to the house. Mr. Abrams, then we gotta go. Is it better to be married? That's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech, because with much knowledge comes much sorrow, right? Much pain. It's better sometimes not to know. It's like what they say in English, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression? Yeah, but I said, but anything else, that's the like say. Yeah, okay, that's true. Guys, you're getting off topic. You don't want to get off topic. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big year population. It was the ROTHSCHILD visited Ferrara many times. It's interesting history. But anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out. They cross the river. They live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Azaria del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page or stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his encampment, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shivim, Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, there's a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be, I love all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth. And we had a great conversation. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it. He's a Christian monk who clearly is based in the stories of the earth. And he ends up writing a really important book called Meor Einayim. Don't be confused, because that title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah, or maybe I should say that differently. The Haskalah, I already told you, is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Meor Einayim is kind of like foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books. Who's writing on? Well, I think Mr. Lipschitz, who was actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos were later yanked because people felt that it might have ugly courses in it. Controversial books like that. The Meor Einayim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards. Saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around with the book. The stuff that everybody liked was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes,
And that's cool because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It's too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of this. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we're using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering the extremely substantial in a day by a fellow rabbi, how divided was the support on others? It sounds like everyone thinks opposed them, and everyone else was neutral, or everyone kind of opposed them. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. He wrote in Hebrew. Start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. People think, oh, this is fantastic, great, and then later someone picks up something and says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes up. But it doesn't come up right away, typically. Mr. Loiki, and then Mr. Cummings.
You don't see Sean though using out that books like Aristotle and science.
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides using Aristotle?
Right. Yeah, but he's not like the first person to make like that.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rambam. Right, he's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that was camped outside of the Christian streets, right? It's like foliage sort of. It's not even like a pagan sort. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control, like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I'm assuming you wanted, using any of the later Haskalah ideas, like, not in the mental. So what was your main stuff?
Well, I guess it was wonderful. More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of this issue had to do with the way science was instructed and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's a big thing. Book, by the way, translated into English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Thorough Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not sort of been in my Sephardic Jewish history class, really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jews. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, to do identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians. And they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities. But still they wanted to retain the Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they move to the new world, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time, but the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated this is a possibility. Right, so they're spreading these kind of ideas, and they're loving the Meorei 9. They think this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. David, you got a question? Look, you got a question. Okay. No, you're good? Okay. Don't be sorry. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Pirli of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course you should be engaging in outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born people, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise it's okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, is massive impact because America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe, and when they gave the Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guys like Moses Mendelssohn. His biography is interesting. Comes from northern Germany, a place called Prussia, and he's a self-taught, he's an autodidact. Self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought, and one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation of Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews' top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contact. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the mama typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basic things, or hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my drug hearing done. Right? Because almost all cleaners in America, for some reason, are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know what it is. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger or anything? No? I have a marker in the drawer. Let's see. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal to you. Why, you might ask, why, Dr. You want a Korean name? Well, I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant.
and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about a month, they said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Sue. That name means like Mordecai or something like that. Young Sue. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? Well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah, here. Is this a marker? Yeah. How do I make it work? That was the button. Yeah, let's get a button. I should be trying to. Here, that's your. So if I write it on here, will it go on there? No. So you show it. That was pretty there it is. Young Sue. That's the other thing. But I noticed it like thank you and like you're welcome and how are you doing, sir? That kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I only know very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or give a lecture in Korean, but I would be able to have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So most have that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example the court Jews, the home Jews. They were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have that much better levels of it. You see this also in the Gemara where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king and you needed to have that, you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think Hulanashi's son-in-law, Rebbe's son-in-law, had that kind of haircut. And why am I going tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German, so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beat Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second was like a mind-blowing thing. Moses Mendelssohn, which is why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German, and also in Hebrew, to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay fluent and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Mezrich, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the masculine of this era, if they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay fluent and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries.
I'll give you some of the positive and negatives. By the way, the background image here is from a famous painting of him and a priest named Lavater, who's shown over here. So let me show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. Because I forgot to take it off and I gave you a question of different topic. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal shit line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. This is a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his cashier, or who he thought was his cashier, he comes walking up to the front porch for the shidduch day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find you the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, she's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to meet. And her mother says, how can you do this? He came all the way here, and it's so impolite. It's like to never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother arranges the dog, says, you must sit down. You have to have a shit day with him for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. They get a shit day. So we go back then. The parents are outside. It's like chaperones, but not strictly street, orgies. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shidduch day. Actually, pretty good on a little bit. Sorry? It's going well. It's going well. And I was like, what's happening? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out first date, and I said, so then afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so dead set, you didn't want to meet him, and I met him. She says to her that he said to her, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you're generally all familiar with. 40 days Kodim Yisrael blood, 40 days before a child is born. A box called goes out, the divine voice goes out, says, Basconi Lefoni, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the box call, and I saw that you were my Basher. But I saw that you had a hunchback. And I davened in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy's genius, right? He's really smart. So, in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of this whole deal of being opened outside society and stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have these meaningful conversations. They use that term, DMC. Yeah, okay, listen to it. They have, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? It's a weird kind of thing. He publishes books really easily. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole da-da-da. Mendelssohn never converts and speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, little diatribes, it's all onto the press, but this is a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Dr. Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's Nathan the Wise that's named it, Nathan the Wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so, to give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go, and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. He's like, everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He can be kicked out of his town anytime. You know, and it happens still in the 30s, 70s. A Reichsrat is a principality in Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody is buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" You know, and there's like this. There's a whole interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much detail, but basically, go to the truth, and they say, "Dude, we got to do something. There's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead. Just in case. Right? It was a huge thing. All over Europe, there were these crazy ideas. They were building special, like, emergency coffins, like this one, where it has, like, this little air balloon in the bottom, which is like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows, and the flag goes up, and I can walk by the graveyard, and things pop up. They have them attached to bells. You can be walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden you hear the bell. It's been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, you know, emergency dig me out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes scripture. We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial, the quicker, the better in general. But we do have an idea of covenant mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, you know, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there and be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. The composition. Even the coffins we use here at Football have holes drilled in the bottom of them to the coffin faster. And those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design the mace. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the mace. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov Emden is initially dumb, doesn't know how to deal with this. He says you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a little bit of discussion with Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Halanas Hamesh, letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. An example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of these indoor cave graves. You have them in Beit Shan, you have them in Rabbi, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews were very big, where we would bury people, in inaccessible places. They're not actually buried, they're not inhumed. I'm sorry? Absolutely, the week of the Kamos, right? The holiday, like a yontif, that after your parent or loved one was decomposed, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know, it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, and they have it in New Zealand too. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we used to do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the deal? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health or motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime is during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. That on the one side, more of what we call today a Haredi approach of a sheikh of shripa. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis who tend to be more left-wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minion on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? A lot of schools were shut down Yom Kippur. Yeah, just do that. Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same section that we have with the premature burial ceremony. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, I do not believe that Mendelssohn would approve of the halachic compromises of Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this mistake, but this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going way too far in that particular direction. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of Haskalah, with the great Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century, when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halakha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
What's the central word called for fighting against God?
Finding what? I'm sorry?
Or I guess, arguing with Abraham.
Oh, Geiger. Yes, definitely. Geiger was he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they put it. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. That's the extreme of putting that in extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, first it's essentially saying if we don't find a common compromise with modernity, we will lose the Abraham guidance. We will lose to the early reform. Remind me your last name, sir. Mr. Levine.
Get ready, guys.
Yes, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, I think he was born in 1720, died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty firm, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly the community world. Thompson recalled first, his years are 1808 to 1888. The world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're already past that, but if not for his influence, surrounding the Yakish community, like, how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more into like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tillman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgment backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassan Sofer, who was a contemporary of Hirsch, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Abraham Weiler who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there was a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, between the regular people. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Hirsch, he carved out a kind of middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different people, but they're all still extant. We're still dealing with all those strategies today, 20 years later. Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur. I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later and trying to say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe. There's a long dark road and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Rabbi Samson's Hirsch. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples. The 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today. And Torah. Wow, life-altering book. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going OTD and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the young man being Heinrich Kretz?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OCD stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so good reason it might have been Heinrich Kretz. And Koreh is a brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of
What is Judaism? Written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already corrupt. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide for the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline of about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
When you're first, like, trying to be practical, pragmatic by saying, like, just as practical how the only way to go forward continue to be orthodox in the moving world, or to use a freedom like that idea, or you can do it like you're saying
It's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Takfila, or did he have it? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as the Takfila.
When you say contemporaries, like other authority allies, did they accept it?
No, it's controversy. All these great people have controversy swirling around them. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. It's just kind of think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? Like, all right. No, he's definitely doesn't. No rabbi who totally avoids marriage. I think even the Chafetz Chaim was criticized, but people recognized. They recognized their piety, but they looked at it. But there was a lot of criticism on the Shadura. Yeah, so let's not get too far away. But I would say one more thing about Johnson before I merge. Yes, really important. Probably people over some of the denominational issues and get to it later. He was also challenged when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvot, right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main. Rabbi, we want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? And we're going to do that. It's dancing. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a time. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this not just all kinds of things. There was one Jewish community. He applied for a legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the ROTHSCHILD, which means like the escape or separation, good translation, ROTHSCHILD. Now we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Again, the term Orthodox wasn't invented. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to be with halakha, whatever they do, so they're on their own. Big challenge, because all of a sudden they're saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like they love to criticize. What do you mean? All these Russian keyboard, don't separate from the community. And he literally is a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise in the sense of we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German, we'll trim our beards. If you think that's a little bit too bad, we have this person here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Passover, Parsa, and Bracha. And our rule, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay, so we can argue more about it. Let's go back to Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept. I've got the right slide here. Oh, yeah, different present. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, and sometimes in large cities.
but their population can sometimes be over half. Benedictus, for example, had about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western nationality Jews were totally different in Eastern regions. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we talked, I know it's not the planned lecture, but kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger would form congregations that are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? Temples. Now, why would they call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
To pretend that it's the service like it is in the temple in Jerusalem, we don't have it, we still pray.
How many temples are there in Judaism?
2 or 3.
Well, okay, one at a time. Exactly. Thank you, sir. So one at a time. Now, where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Berlin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about one to go back. At that point, removing all reference to Mashiach and things like that. This is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem, we're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or Pushkin. They're just not that interested. Later they would be. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially they found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. Who's writing on Yiddish? Someone writing the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, so I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language. It was basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, and people like that. Yvonne Paris. Or Zionism, right? That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this, God willing, on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression. Not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, Jewish socialism, again, more for next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Coptic. He was a Mitznaged, trained from all the transcriptors. He hated Hasidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Bolomises and these wonder-working Rebbe's, and he said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really put tremendous amount of emphasis in developing the school system, it's very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism
the title of which escapes me right now. Maybe someone you want to look it up. Joseph Pearl's title is what?
Right now, it's Megala's Mirim.
Oh, Megala's Mirim, right? Revealing the hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short for Mirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing? Hashmana. What is that? Maybe. Anyway. He wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was a satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, wow, this is so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. So it like backfired on him big time.
Yeah, so there's no Peter Shomer, that will happen product, which is basically we keep astray more products for in the cell, and nowadays it's in the song because well we're still wearing it.
Yeah. It's funny how these things change. Okay, now I want to take you through one really dark period in Jewish history briefly, and then God willing on Monday we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must. Talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics. Right? That was a pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So, one of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to the whole Haskalah element in a very good way. This man, Charles Nicholas, was simply militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. He's both before him and after him, the major rebellion in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. We also have Catholics in Poland, but you have to put down rebellion for it too. So it is Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like when you think about Ukrainians in the 20th century, they regard themselves as a separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says, they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. Right? They don't look at me as the supreme autocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. So it'd be fine if, as one of the later ministers, one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hires this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the Crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which would be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment.
We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-official. And Max Rosenthal, big Haskalah supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get this backwards super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although we can't say he was a Philo-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivation. But good guess. Appreciate it. Ruben?
The parents list also, and the mother they could change.
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. You will see in the 1920s in Russia, there was a huge phenomenon. But they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to it. But we'll keep our time. Mr. Edison.
Before their kids' safety.
Explain that to me.
They're worried that they don't make at least visual efforts to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to take over their
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the solution is actually quite a bit sharper. Get to a regular Instagram left hand.
Maybe there's more subject whatever it was. And more integrated as well.
Okay, good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Continence Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years as it was in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews, historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go into the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says, no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They would show up after Sukkot, you had to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, as he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the bar mitzvah, they've probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted
serve 6 years in another military school called a canton. That's why they get the name cantonette. And then serve 25 years military. Can you imagine it? Your 12-year-old kid, 6 years in this military school, battered by various infections, and then 25 years from now. Actually, they did. They did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they had at least some token representations of that. But, goodness, determine how does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do in the continent? You got it, sure, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then this means that the Jewish parents had this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent him to a school that is actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sure it ends on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children who would go? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said the Jewish Kehillah, which we've spoken about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish, federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Got to the point in the 1850s, each community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. Like, hard to believe, but we have many, many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community, because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. Mr. Gertzer, they kind of basically absolutely, completely, internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was a really dark experience. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen.
They're growing international, China and Russia and all that shit. That's where the growth is at. It's not here in America. Dana's done his job.
Okay, we're ready to talk then about competition. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between the Hasidim and the Stagnim. That erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815. And then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it writing back and saying, what are you doing on YouTube anyways? Rabbi would not do YouTube. Okay, so here we go. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I do a lot of research on the Shia section of Rabbi. One of the neo-Hasidic heroes, but Hasidism is traditional Hasidism. Let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion.
the term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to the traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalet Amos of Halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalet Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term Alt-Glauber, between full believers. But they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidim. So in terms of like, do they believe in Haryas and Mitzvot? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in this going to become a ger? And you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. Well, the second one is Tefillah, right? Tahar and Mishpacha is important. The third one? Practice, exactly. Those are the 3 really big things. If you've got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of Kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what the way I'm translating here, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny little details. Like, for example, even with Taharat Mishpacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And you have a board, a yad board, or you have to have a board, takas board. These are tiny little details that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really similar. If you were a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started the school unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? Remember, Sam Sober, Chadash, Asur, Min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, Re'eh Zeh Chadash. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should reincorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Kran.
What's the difference that really that you saw in the way you like self-evidence doing the difference between how feeling like the information is all better and going the rest of
we are going to go to all the things that go to the Nesnagim crazy short. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before it really gets. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that people forgot about it, so they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not them, of course, there's a lot of challenging that, these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with
Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about them 2 weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. You can go with Nimbus-Shushatin, or you can go within Shushatin, or you go within Shushatin. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your head. And you can't shave your head with a blade. Even with a razor, there was some question of it, an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. But the Hasidim afterwards say, well, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low. Shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it, these payas, there's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which is noted by the historian Joseph Dine, that some of the things that Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting, bit by bit, little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs. Get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholach with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Solomon. Mr. Gone, great parenthesis. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Tanakhic customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic Jews spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's kind of like the ultimate religious value is studying text, and especially Torah Sniglev, revealed Torah. That's what they that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go through the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something you just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's a few different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Schwetz. You'll recall, we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Gretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with the historian von Treitschke. Did I discuss that in this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on, especially get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Gretz's approach. But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He translated English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Judaism. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate.
Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they fell for us hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant; they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Krantz? Do you have any problem with Mr. Yep.
First of all, it wasn't. You're saying that they didn't have the word illiterate.
They're much less literate, you know.
They weren't even in the quote unquote responsible time period. They would never have been allowed to get more education in Germany or anything.
Yeah, so it's never. But that doesn't change his argument.
Right, but I would say that it's more of the idea of hopefulness to do with Hashem better than having to do any literacy. It has to do with that certain people that we serve Hashem without having to worry. Without having to say, oh, you don't adopt, you can't serve Hashem.
So you're Machabe to the next historian, Shimon Dubno. We mentioned him, I know, because I talked about how he was shot in 1940, right? So, but we've seen him a lot of times. Now we're seeing him specifically on Kosovo. Shimon Dubno, unlike Retz, who did most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in Yiddish, if I remember correctly. And he said, no, Retz, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north, in Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through full expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you're a child of God. That is a really great thing. Perhaps you should not criticize the Hasidism because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Uber is kind of like he explores Dubno's thought even further. Martin Buber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude towards Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read in his comments, that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic. He does the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing, I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now here's my favorite. Not favorite. Gershon Tov is not my favorite. I do think he's great too. Gershon Tov really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a minute, we missed all this really cool stuff coming out of Shakti, our Rizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, and a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi and even actually converted. They stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. Number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their faith and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai Tzvi stuff. So it's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Frank.
Quick question what do call around and they also did over before, and I heard people say it was devastating before. What was his
around college before Hasidus was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. Ben Sion Dino. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Talk to me about this. Yeah, right. Ben Sion Dino is great. I don't know.
You know what it is?
No.
He's still the North. The Hebrew law writer. He does.
Related to Dinor? Is it Dinor maybe changed? I don't know. He changed his name? I don't know. Okay, you'll have to look it up. You have a computer there. Wait, Wikipedia will do it. Ben Sion Dinor is great. You know why I love that Dinor as a coach? Because he used the agency role. Before Abramson was even born, he used the agency role. And he basically says it's about money. What are you guys all talking about? Ideas and even about singing and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, who owned the villages? Who owned the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the nobles, right? The Szlachta in Polish, the Yiddish, the Porit. The Porit owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his land of Columbia, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? Or the poorest hired the rabbi. So the poorest would actually, the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a signature. It's like a little, the stella, the pulpit, was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. There's a tax on Shabbos candles, went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of the or something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin. So he says that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want to mix with you with these, all I can think of the profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. All of these these corrupt rabbis who constantly need guidance. We need, a rabbi to inspire us. And these guys are the last to become inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and have this cry over their problems, those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to the really seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict in the Sunday, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you wanted to buy meat? Yeah, like the butcher shop, which is typically the shopper too. And you buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw women salt meat, right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, you did not with the blood removed. You have to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class to learn how to cook like that in the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyway, so if you would buy it from the showcase, who's paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have to use the shkita. I can't go to the regular shkita. I need to go to the Hasidic shkita. And so you have a different shkita that from Ben Sion Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Litvak Salgaven Shackles during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're following Hasidus that says, you have to daven when you're ready, like let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't daven at the same time, especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different davening in the same shul. So you know what? You have a new revenue stream. And for Sam Diener's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi, you can elect to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi that the court has, Mr. Berendon. Yeah. We're going to get there. I know I got to get to the drinking part because we just had quorum, but we'll get there. Mr. Krantz, quick one?
So far off from the spiritual highly Jewish world, the idea of money having to be part of it. So far off.
But Mr. Krantz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
But what seems to be rabbis will go around this town without losing a dime, do we just to awaken the spiritual authority?
Necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return on there. Other interesting arguments, Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literacy practice. There are actually several examples of female Rebbe in history. There's a famous maiden of Ludmir, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a tip. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, and all of a sudden, there's new practice for women. Another example in the 21st century that I want to think about is Chabad shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbetzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that the Rebbetzin 100 years ago would not have done. Different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, challah bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. So in Ralph writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this Hasidism acted. Let's get down to the origin study. So here's my colleague Mr. Washington. Actually, a senior colleague had a big impact on my own research. He's at Iran. When the Soviet Union was working with Poland, that collapsed just slightly before it, many scholars were, until then, shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really so he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of it. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field is because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland, to a place called Medjugorje, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. But the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivchei HaBesh, the praise of the best, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat it. It's not a history book, and so there was a lot of questions. Did he live? So Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Medjugorje, where he's supposed to live, and he found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here is written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Francis. Let's look up on the thing. But, Mr. Rubin, quickly. I don't think you can say, but people did it's like saying Genshin didn't exist. I mean, he existed, not everything about him is true, but he existed. But that's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in History 155 sometime. But, yeah, so it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was, legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper, or the Sheriff Nottingham, that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, this is actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend, and it was like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shivchei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his name. His date of roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. When I met when I was first in the UK, this is actually the Nancy Elijah. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like me with not so much hair, and what he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these pincusses. These were record books from the communities of Poland, Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the libraries there. People did not return. great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abraham's going to ask questions.
Why was the buffer for the 12 self-identity?
Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. And he didn't necessarily call himself by that name, but people are applied to him. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Mr. Brown, can you answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Mr. Tillman, you can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. So what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's misguided. Right? So first of all, what is the Baal Shem?
They were like spiritual doctors.
Okay, what do they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write amulets. They would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You know your amulets, right? You probably have seen them, maybe not owned some of them, right? When our children were born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a shibiti on it. Actually, a shibiti is also an amulet. The red string is an amulet, but not a sex amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory, but like magical devices. More technical term, they are key-urgent devices. Which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. What do you call it? Yeah, Kabbalah Nasya, practical Kabbalah. So, this is part of Jewish culture, right? The kamsa, the hand, which means sometimes the eye in it, the board off the iron para, the little parts that we got when our kids were born, put them under the crib, we love those things. I had some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them from their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions, where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really strong, he seems like a nice guy. He grew up and said, Rabbi, I'm having some trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And they'll write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, or in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things like this. These people are called Baal Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so quote. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? I would look in time, somewhere around Shin Dalit, or Dalit, somewhere around there, a whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos. And a whole discussion about what's the defining factor. It's also discussed, of course, in the Sefer Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear. But they're written by a monta, they're written by an expert. So that means right away you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets that are not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, Rabbi Eliezer ben Eliezer, he was the Baal Shem. He was great. His amulets were excellent. And he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him. And that's how he became really great. People loved him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture. We're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that was very active at this time. Okay. Did I see any other hands? Mr. Krams?
How can you say that it wasn't? You said it was more than expected. Yeah, it was really cool. But you're trying, especially Baal Shem Tov song, doing
later in the Shifrei Bet.
But there's all the Baal Shem teaching with the kind of so those
you have to accept the assertion that are passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wants to be really true. I think the Baal Shem Tov might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Parenti.
What is the symbol for the Ashkenazi of that? All these things, when a lot of it was Spartan culture, why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to the Baal Shem Tov? He has a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Nazareth. The Maggid of Nazareth has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rabbi, the founder of Chabad, and those 5 disciples just spread the seeds everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Gorczynski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that show how Hasidism spread and the styles and everything like that. This is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's from Medjugorje to the Maggid, you have the massive spread of Hasidism for everywhere. But of course, and this is in 1772 when he lived, so it's really rapidly science. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you get the 3rd generation going, and they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litvaks of which start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I will suggest to you gentlemen, one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Vilna Gaon, but he certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like really anti-Hasidic, prepared to go into the streets and fight. So, what is it that they were upset about? I'm going to list, I think, here 9 different things that the Nestadim really opposed to the Hasidim. First is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach, really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven Shachar and Tamaros, and these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when chakras begins. But that's the idea of Hasidus. I'm not. What is Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me. It's better you can sleep past. Like some of us. Good night, right? My voice is very soothing and happy. So, that's one of the. Remember, Ben Dinor said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That it was a way of getting different revenue streams to support the Hasidism and and that goes along with the northern mandated prayer times, but of course they're saying this is, out to Russian and people don't separate from the community, and you're setting up. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidism went back to actually with the Alvi. As the Arizal with Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Scottish Kabbalists of the 16th century. The Sabbath kosher slaughter, there's a whole business about, when you check the knife, I don't know how many studied the second schooling yet. I should be studying it in about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there, your knife has to be both sharp and free of nick. But the problem is, especially with technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for it to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing against down with knife instead of slicing. So the Litvak and the Hasidism differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shkita, you have to have Hasidic shkita. They said, what is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting together and you're sitting around and telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do? And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist. But that was kind of like the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are they're taking Kabbalah, wagon drivers, foster traders, water carriers, regulars, lonely people with no education. And they're writing talking about the Spiros and the Klipos Nova. What is going on with you guys? Preaching this stuff so ordinary ignoramuses? That's so awful. So taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. And this was definitely a big deal. It had changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in the shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, all of my bones fall out to Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulation. You ever done with wrestlers? Lots of clapping, stamping their feet. Probably stolen where they scream out loud. when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you daven like a small volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And so these guys are like, that's not Judaism. We daven, stock still, we don't move, we're lit up, right? And we wait for Rabbi to turn on the transporter beam, quiet, and these Hasidim just so wild, Mr. Grant.
He said also that it's not just take all of the control. The body was out, he gets placed in that, so the body was banging off the match like a thing on.
It's crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halakha, or at least breaking norms, and even Sadducees secretly following Shabbat extreme. So these are like the charges that were brought against the Hasidic movement by the Litvish movement. They also Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi from the Chabad, and Rabbi Nachman of the text went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs and these things, but that's not really what it's all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Messianic movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were parents placed on the Messianic Hasidics and got an extra faith movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious values. We saw them burning the Rambam in the Spartak class. They were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issue harem back against the Messiah. And you have these bands and boundary bands, and they start burning the Messiah books as well. And it was just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, with Hasidim and Messiah literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty band in the year 1781. That was one of these don't stand within Daled Amos kind of bands. This was a period when it was the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, the attempt to go ahead in 1794, when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is basically on the border. It's going to be their territory. When they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities, and said, they hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. Mustang thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to even say Tachman because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This Rabbi or that Rabbi got jail. But it was really nasty. Imagine calling out the cops and saying, hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying our values. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire, of our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane. Right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. they don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, so therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
They used to say about three brothers go to Rothschild, he wanted to Paris as being present for the night. So he said that the three brothers go to Rothschild.
Yeah, you got to be put in jail for getting drunk, so now you're very it's good. Okay, so let's go on. All right, so what ends up happening? Now, we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we'll speak up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Sagdim and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick-free, but the Masculine coming from the West is saying, why should you kosher at all? Like the Hasidim are saying, whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., and the Masculine are saying, why have Shabbat on Saturday? Let's make it a Sunday, so that's not convenient. Right, so the Hasidim and the Masculine realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Masculine movement. And so they decided to withstand their challenge unless they met them as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Nazis realized they're not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to those stereotypes. Mr. Truman.
When after the second decade of the 19th century, they joined the force here. Okay, we're working together. Like, look at those guys, look at these guys, but like, keep understanding the strength and keep everybody from.
Basically, yeah, basically. They sort of said, like I would hate for my daughter to marry a Coptic, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a Maskil to live on my street. Right? Like, it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Messiahim believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5%. It's just style. You wear gartel, you not wear gartel. It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Volozhin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Volozhin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the students. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on full study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Gemara. Like, before the Hasidim came, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard for me to give you a good number because it's talking about a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his cultural knowledge. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that would have been an Eid. To learn a sect of Gemara, that's a massive Talmud. Because, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there, you got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone dark, unwashed masters to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the elite. So the Litvak said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own lifetime, I had Mr. Rabbi telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, it is pretty good thing. But not telling me I read it, but it is pretty good. This was the response, really important response, and I encourage you, gentlemen, to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by the Chaim of Volosha, the student of the Vilna Gaon, and this is basically Kabbalah for the And I got to tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How did he do that? This is amazing. It is not the answer of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French as such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. Because we're on 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording for this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s.
That Patty fight, you're making the same money. So I'm doing exactly what he's doing. Unfortunate for Armin, I'm doing exactly what he's doing. Good business. She's good business. If I'm him, I'm even going even a step further. I'm doing Patty, Justin Cagey, then on the whole fucking delay as much as I can so I get all the big 3 points, become the biggest star.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. Where we left off last week. Monday, we left off Monday, we were talking about Mr. Moose. I gotta do this thing. So we left off, I'm doing great. But you coming late, don't say how you doing. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Magnitsky Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Truman had some really good questions there because, we spoke earlier kind of major things that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? You should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements. The blood rival did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next 2 centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major elements, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it would do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is, generally speaking, part of the proportion to the nature of the original offense, but nevertheless, that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize it one more time, Mr. Cranston's opinion, that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking its blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure it's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, Lord name. That has happened even in Brooklyn with a young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really all the time that's happening. Mr. Cranston, you're talking about how ethnic posts are all over the place. Doesn't have to do with the fact that people always blame on it when they're not happy with life. You see minorities that somehow has persevered through everything possible. Oh, this is the perfect thing I can just yell at. Right, no, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kran. That is your Macabre for the thesis of the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, that we even talked about in one point, who said, see, the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Right? The anti-Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better construct it is, because they look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300, it must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
My question is also well formed, but what happened recently, criticism or these we consider very out of normal human nature. It's not normal fun enough that you see horrific attacks. Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the reaction of what the Jews have done to them, like even no matter what the Jews have done, doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say, again, whatever the BLM marches and they're ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, do we have such an instance where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society
And those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, mix and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case Egypt lost miserably, when Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point it was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that, we can hurt the Jews. Israel is, and that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely
Let's say in the case of the understand why they feel oppressed and maybe
there's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Yeah, and it's just devastating the country. Like, but so we can understand that aspect of it. So, like, do you ever have reactions that are anti-Semitic in nature, but responding in a more, less violent way?
Yeah, sure.
Is that it?
Oh, yeah, you're asking me a complicated question. It's totally derailing us from the 11th century. But you're also conflating 2 issues. You talked about Gazans. I said Hamas.
Right. No, that is it. Yes,
they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Molotov. Maybe the Nazi SS second choice, or they're competing for that. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually, explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding of why you would want to do that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll do, of course, sometime the history of Israel and the Middle East. We have done this now here. It's not really fascinating something. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. All right. Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I tried to recycle it and we're up to that. And you may have seen this is a popular show. Thistle, right. It's really great because it's set Israel, fascinating characters, it's really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century, and in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very different environment kind of Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer century. How long is a century, Mr. Blackstone? 100 years. Excellent. You're 261, 260. Still there. Do that right away. So, a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of, ask Major Mr. Glasgow, 1914, yeah. You look at that, history 223. No, I just so that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900
to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century.
That kind of gives the cultures of what's going on at that period.
Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on, close to that order. So that's what we want. We have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th. But it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end of 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland is taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you have a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker, an unusual Hasidic leader, but we'll try to talk about a little bit today more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation. You have, you can probably guess who's going to be next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like to look at it, maybe because the Hebrew tone. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the names Misnagdim, and they wear it proudly. The Misnagdim, or as Chabad likes to call us, snag, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Misnagdim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual, spiritual rebellion, the Misnagdim opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It is a name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves, even though it was originally a term of opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita. But today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has a deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. And we live in a kind of a Polish movement world in many ways anyway. They're friends. And these messages more Chabad. Well, obviously, this is good. I think Chabadniks are lots of fun. I can tell you, I told this story, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad in Hagim. If someone whispers, if they heard, someone read in the book, that the Rebbe might have done this particular thing, that immediately that's like something else. They knew that. Well, and they're loving it. They're doing great. Anyway, and my daughter, you should know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One service. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video doesn't go around. When she was about 8 years old, we were sitting in the sukkah, and I'm talking about GUINNESS where you just read on Yom Kippur, right? GUINNESS that, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signature's there. And I said to my family, and she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs over the sukkah crying. You know, like she had so much chavata at 8 years old, any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of putting the sun and token blew her away. So that's the kind of person she is. Third figure that rock the 18th century, and by the way, gentlemen, this is like, just imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really interested in Baal Shem Tov, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe of it. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. Yes, please.
He's per rabbi. Yes, the major fight was that name, right?
It was Avanzar?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. Good. Well, that makes sense, right?
But
He's huge. All of them are controversial in different ways. We'll touch on those controversies a little bit, but these are 3 very different ways to approach Judaism, Torah, and universe that made massive impact on the Ashkenazic world and by extension us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of looked like this because it shows the differences in the way these look. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I walk down the street and people will say, "Hey, aren't you a foolish diesel? Aren't you this guy here?" No, I mean, I get a laugh. People often use me for Will Smith. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyways, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, the long 18th century was a century of rebellion, intellectual rebellion of what, I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview, excellent. How do you know that? Famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so proud. That's a famous word. Capital W, Weltanschauung means a way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like pain, by understanding. Weltanschauung means like, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world? Do you believe that, God runs every detail of the world, or maybe you kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something? Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that people get what they deserve? All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are 3 big Weltanschauung rebellions that happen in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them. But let's talk about them. First of all, rebellion of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this, it's tying the idea of this hero, which really begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really. In fact, this animates but part of the to this, it wasn't really, we were trying to get that's how we have just start. We were trying to get our legal considered. So that's how we end up Yes, we're going to go there. We're going to go into it. They still didn't have some of the development, but there was a hidden society of Israelism where they were learning all these things, but wasn't ready to reveal. No, so that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of Hasidic movement, like if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, you definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, these flowing robes, this is the way to go. That Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade. Right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. I learned that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Vasilevsky.
I was just to see this go from like the new fresh thing to nowadays. It's like I take a fuss like a sky wants to make a child kind of thing, like whoa, kind of stuff like that.
No, you're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified. It develops into courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of the Hasidic energy, but not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that 19th century law. So stay with that question because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion position. This is basically a Litvish view that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high-level Talmudic study. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elite, but in reality, everybody's got to be involved. Everybody's got to be doing something. That's more of a rebellion of tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Mr. Truman, why all these rebellions? What was going on there? Everybody felt like they said, yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung, right? Occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabbatai 3, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say, Shabbatai 3 was really dangerous, but there's some aspects of it which is totally cool and I want to develop those. And others say that Shabbatai 3 is so dangerous, we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabbatai 3 movement is changing. 9/11 is one of those things. Like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. You just like walking in like this, and you can even smoke on the airplane. You wonder why they tell everybody you're not allowed to smoke. Everybody's smoking. It doesn't matter if you're trying to fuselage flying through the sky with all the smoke in there. People say, cancer. It's not that big a deal. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where there's security at airports, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, it's before Shabbatai 3 and after Shabbatai. Mr. Grant. Next year, that can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not your spirit of Shabbatai 2.0. Yes, the biggest fear was there's a huge fear. And that's why when it started, Tanya was being reprinted, and it was like, look at the stuff in Tanya, and everybody says, no, this is being printed because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real fake. So wasn't that they weren't getting the real fakes, and because that they were freaking out. Yeah, wins of the Tanya have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the wrong house, which is the Snag house, the Snagdic house,
There's actually an apology there for a wrong. The picture of the wrong shot, the Mr. Vasilevsky.
So what today's version modern Orthodoxy wouldn't be comparable to the Judaism of the back then?
Ooh, Mr. Vasilevsky, great question. It's a 21st century question, though. And I think, as you shall see, modern Orthodoxy, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three. Last question is simple. We got to make some
Why
getting
didn't
it with this.
worry so much by the tsunami? Why wasn't it running?
Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money, exactly. And you know how expensive it is to devote a working age male to full-time Torah study? Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension, working in a mine or something, But to imagine this number of men engaged full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
But it became necessary because of whatever.
Well, we reassigned our priorities. And also, we lost the vast majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really good. Remember, this is last year of our it's about 10% of American Jews are Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study, like young adults? Maybe half? Kids were like, so maybe half of those, that 10 is interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to it for 2 years and you got to go to work, right? So maybe 0.5% of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite, you don't even realize. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs say, look at those guys. That's who says. Okay. So that's very unusual, and it costs money. Your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition, and for your ability to not be working in the money, you got to be thankful for them. Okay. So the innovation of the rebel tradition was sometimes perceived, although the innovation of the freedom movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norm. Like the leader of this great country, for example. Breaking the norm. Not necessarily breaking the law, but the thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian. The Hasidim were seen by the Messiah as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have the Shulchan Aruch. This is what I'm supposed to daven, and you're davening later, and this is not what you're using for. And what are you guys having your pressing here? All kinds of things like that, as we shall see. This extreme nostalgic approach with the Hassan Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange, where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later in time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Chadash Asur min HaTorah. He would have said Chadash also min Torah. But what does that mean? Translate it one quick. Chadash Asur min HaTorah. What do you think, Mr. Lucky? Great. What's the original context of Gemara? What's the original context? Right, the new wheat that's just been planted, that actually go after Shavuos, I can't remember. Before you can eat it, that wheat is called Kadash, and it's usher. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we take that as a Klal Gadol. Kadash, Asur min Torah. If it's new, it's usher. Now, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new things as a sort of rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion of the Maskilic movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world
in great distinction to what the Chaim Sofer says, the Chadash Asur in Torah. What are you talking about? If it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Maskilim were interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, and I know the Rosh Yeshiva would not be happy to be even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Maskilim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But they say, the Rambam was like, he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic image. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in Sephardic homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything with from that old. It looks very I say he looks like that. What do you think? But I wore a turban? So again, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. And we can engage. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbat history. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story of Shabbat history? So there are the story of Shabbat is the story of an individual who had significant talents and accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia. Attempting studies of Shabtai Tzvi suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder or manic depressive syndrome or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pizzos hadera, meaning transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, if you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting involved in this. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point. Very interesting, symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with him,
And we wrote this article at the end, I'll explain it shortly. Mr. Parenthesis. Our people serve the global that argues you're asking an amazingly important question. I'll repeat it for the people on Zoom that how were people so gullible? How did they done it? Their historians point to the fact that there was like widespread repression after the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half dozen years, and that contributed to the idea of, wow, it's a horrible massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically. And here's a guy coming with new technologies. Printing was really getting to catch fire among Jews. We're circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
When you say he was mentally ill, you say that he seems the whole Hebrews, or he didn't follow them mentally, or not.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But we assume that, because I assume that other dictator-like, narcissistic, self-serving leaders, that doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. Why am I going on? That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship, you're already messing it up. George has the power. People are very Derek Schoen is the classic. So he's a master of politics.
And you mentioned he's marrying a poet?
Yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I'm not sure if I do. See, no, maybe I do have it here. No, it won't take us too far afield, but I do. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Nazi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza was definitely not a good influence for him. You got to keep your cover. He married a woman who was an orphan from the Khmelnytsky rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Nazi. No, it's not like that. It's he also married a woman of field repute. And there's a whole kind of story we read about how he was children. Okay, guys, I love you tangents, but we're not going to make brothers. So let's just go back a little bit before we stop there. See what kind of influences are going on. 1492 was Bolton reduced in Spain. A couple of you took my story to a certain times we talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is in fact like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like, and then all of a sudden just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the forced conversion
the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, many of them allow themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically. We need to find new Jewish people. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Prague, who founded the Sfat Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Ramak, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, like Yosef Karo in his old age settled there, the Alshif, many others, the Alphabets, the Chazodiyah, always in their own what do people always do? Why do people always do what?
They turn to mysticism and like they're hot, like we have COVID and everybody's like we can't figure out how to answer it up. The Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after.
Like, well, and we keep doing it. So it's huge overgeneralization, right? Because like not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react, but right, if you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of support you need, you may find it in mysticism. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in saying but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the conception of Rabbi, more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go through this one, okay? 18th century. There were also, during this time, you will recall, for those of you in the start class, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you did not have to be under the authority of the Beit. Some of the crucial figures involved in this is Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this, dark kind of green with claw-like hands and stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you this story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because he was always concerned that maybe they'll be playing, they'll have to mention that my mom lights candles Friday nights and the Inquisition would come and it would be disastrous. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He ends up writing several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live four-wheeler Jewish community is that he's too prone for them. And he starts saying to them, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys are talking during doctrine. Don't you realize? You should not be, and he says, did you really bench? I can't believe you bench that back. They're really fun. And you guys are very nice. These are things that always do. You're like, and he probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community saying, I can't believe it. There's Jews here. I'm so happy to be among Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he's on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime. And he's like going around and he's like speaking to many people and he's like, and they based in Amsterdam, and he goes, no, we don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have a pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he goes moved away, same kind of problems are up. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really couldn't. It's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine. We've already done it twice before. The 3rd time is going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to do that. We will flog you, publicly whip him in front of the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way home. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Done. Yeah, terrible. So his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes, God forbid, or sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this package than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness, but he represented a great grace in that liberty of being within the community and being under the not wanting to convert at all. He already was a Catholic, did that, doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while in this particular amazing portrait by Hirschenberg, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, oppressive type, and it's pretty fair, the child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio da Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is shown like languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these curls and bright colors. That's shows the kind of intellectual revolution of the Jewish community in Hirschenberg's view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in harem, a terrible, awful harem, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say
one, it doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have these Jews portrayed in the negative aspect, the cowering, afraid of him. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have done. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Khmelnytsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were you like really everything doing this, or were you just like a bunch of talking on the spirit of this guy? Like, were there like actual like legitimate kind of things, like, or were they just like people trying to go back, people trying to go about their daily life, and like all these guys talking about,
So I don't want to use modern terms like Modocs to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate agent in the sense that any community can form a legitimate agent. None of the people involved in this agent were like famous people. You might read their words in big measure, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy like Uriel de Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting when you mention in that context, because a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous East High archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the Bayesian Andrew and Baruch Spinoza. So the surprisingly characteristic, they banned him as well. The story, there's a fair among you coming into our library. You know, some of the famous libraries that Jews that Europe. Once you wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow a page from our ancestors and put a harem on you. Intellectual. Chuck, so we talked a little bit, we started with the went off to the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have of Shabbatai Tzvi. He was like very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Shabbatai Tzvi. I think it's lucky portraying this one. You can tell definitely written by a Christian. How do you know? They're right. This is like they don't know what Hebrew looks like. So you just kind of get some gibberish down here. That's their fresh of it. So we don't know if that's maybe that's the picture we can do the rough one. We don't know where it's true. Maybe it's reading the same as over there. It looks like this says like the Feskel maybe Lamed Zion. Maybe you saw a little bit of a book here, but that's also that's not much of a book. But it looks like the original one. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Rewind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go. Anyway, so the whole idea of what the hell is Shabbatai Tzvi, by the way, the end of the story, for those who may not be familiar with it, is he gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says that Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on, that it's now my birthday at Mashiach, and now we can read on Tisha B'Av. Sefer Torah, he says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this. And many other even more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls the Israel, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now,
And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. He has tens of thousands of followers, totally crushed, and they go back home often penniless because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they were going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They're called the GUINNESS, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right? You know, in the 19th century. Mustafa Kemal it's asserted, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some GUINNESS roots to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have GUINNESS synagogues or mosques in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi eventually really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzah, because he wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there was still just a problem. The movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, tomatoes, that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things. Parnasa, shidduchim, liut, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings or being of those. Attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Mesilas Yesharim, right? Now, do you guys know about the secret Mesilas Yesharim that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Lloyd does. What is that? Yes, it is. Why was it? What's the secret one? Our focus was system put together. I think Beltran did. Maybe I don't know. It was originally Machon Opera, but yeah, he wrote an earlier version of Mesilas Yesharim discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly, because it is really cool, I think. And I have a personal ambition to study Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Mesilas Yesharim that he wrote has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were making a 21st century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But I was wondering, what is it with those angry guys? Maybe not landed. Really, it's not about why are those what motivates them? What's the explanation? One day, right, in the book, he sees the whole high school friend of his, he flips out in the Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a big black hat, about 6 feet across, right? And he says, oh, great! Well, he goes up to his Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you since high school and stuff. And he says, listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become like Haredi. He doesn't use the word Haredi because this is already the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you let the thing to Hillel so long? How can you daven so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Mesilas Yesharim. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Hughes, the regular guy, who we call the Chacham, is completely blown away by the fussing, and he just says, wow, you just take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world. And that's what the difference, the original version of Seal of Charm is written about. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Black? I'm sorry? Digestibility. Digestibility. Good argument, although I would say that the original is way more dramatic. Like, you want to find out what what's safer style. It's less safer style, but the Ramchal had no problem with that. He wrote plays. He wrote actual dramatic plays. You know, like with characters and stuff. Mr. Grant, less people would be interested in something like that compared to art and paper. I would think God would have more people be interested. But you guys, if you don't know the answer for sure, one of the two lets me say, put under house arrest, his writings were seized in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it got in courses, they actually were buried. Somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive chest of the Ramchal's writings that have never seen the light of day that maybe one will discover. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, how many times I've given the Abrams World History? Money, exactly. David Sklar, who wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason he published personally is because the publishers would not print it. They lost the backing that people were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version has few places and a few things that if you know the people involved, you can identify them. You can say, oh, he's writing about this guy here. He describes a certain kind of personality. I know who he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary, so he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, you have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. And the Ramchal said, you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing experience for you to know. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I included here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Chaviv, Rabbi Moshe Chaviv, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era. He was looking for anybody who was looking for Shabbatai. His son continued it, but by the time you get to the Ramchal days, there are very, very few big Shabbatins left. But Rabbi Moshe Chaviv identified him and pursued him throughout Europe to Israel until finally he ended up in the relatively liberal city of Amsterdam, where he could be more active. But the Seal of Charm itself is an artifact of this Christopher heresy that was the remnant of the post-Sabbatean era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into this. This is Jewish populations in Europe. In the first half, you can see great density, particularly in what would be today Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still pockets of Jews living far behind. Not so much in France. since they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although they will have a unique assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and none in Spain, because Spain is still officially Muslimized, and mainly concentrated in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in what would be Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely Hasidim who are active further north. So one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Mishnagdim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's most medicine, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, compared to the West. But they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you would easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Brandon.
You mentioned that the ripple back today, right?
So, it's a great question. How does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we would call, say, a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Misnagdim were saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow Taryag mitzvos. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so the denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Misnagdic flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Kranz?
Wasn't it so upsetting that a long time when the new fighters of the Muslim immediately? Yes, Haskalah was very when the Misnagdim and all the Hasidim came together, like, okay, we are all serving Hashem. We're all trying to also get the Hashem. These guys are personal.
I have a one-word answer, Mr. Kranz. Monday. Monday, we're going to go deep into that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop.
Making sure these guys come over to the UFC and MMA. We don't have scouts in the MLB. NFL, NBA. They're just like, yeah, hopefully they get good and we'll sign them. But there's nobody helping these guys out. And Daxon is like their country sport. So like everybody's a wrestler. By the time they get some striking, they come over here, they're ready to soak over. I mean,
Last week, last century when we spoke, we were talking about the negative pressures that were taking Jews eastward out of Western Europe. Right? What kind of pressures? Remember what was going on? The Children, young idea what was pushing Jews out of Western Europe, like barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of Shun 1096 and onwards, good. What else? Government's taking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half, and England 1290, right? Yeah. And why are they taking them out? Because they owed some money. Generally speaking, when the peasants owe Jews money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owe Jews money, you have an expulsion. And it's just because that's how they deal with it. then of course they end up inviting them back, right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that were circulating at the time that made Jews feel distinctly unwelcome? Post desecration, blood libel, post desecration, good. What is ritual murder? Close.
What are they, garlic chili crackers?
That was post desecration. Post is the name of the crackers.
Kill the crackers.
Okay, well said. Ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood libel. The ritual murder charge begins in 1144 in Northern England. Is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, that's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it, which is the second side. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic Center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first classes, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, they really, that's a phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Okay, historical trigger alert. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. You've already seen Salo Baran, right? We talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. Who was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that is criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history, that, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him before this, and I'm going to come back to him in just one second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, neither is Feldhausen. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write it. What could possibly be different about a history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe. Okay, good. More use of sources. But even more basic than what sources you're reading. What do you mean by that, direct facts? What's a direct fact?
Just things that actually happened, maybe instead of illustrations and stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly a quote. You were metaphing to the great von Ranke when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And this was his big deal. Von Ranke said, you know what? Too much of this, all the history that's been written up until now, it's not Russia's identity gewesen war. Or as people will say, so classically, what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, as Mr. Silver suggested, stories. Edification. They're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel wise. Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And von Ranke said we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until von Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like, there was no problem with going between mythology straight into like wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I won't get to the 20th century right now, but that was really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are, when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a fact. And that was, it's appropriate, because we want to build up people's identity in one way or another. But it's not necessarily the kind of history that von Ranke will be happy with. Another really important point that I bring here is this guy, Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Wittgenstein. The figure of modern biblical criticism, as distinct from some precursors like Baruch Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so it had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Sifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it was written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Adolf.
Yes. The people who are writing this are generally people who were living during those times, and they are, I know, an impartial witness to what is going on. So it feels more about their personal views were on the matter than what actually killed them.
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my look, I am not that old. I was not around in 1917. That's one.
I'm sure you were using primary sources for your research.
Right, but I was writing history in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about?
You weren't there.
I definitely wasn't there.
So you're reflecting your bias and your reality situation of what's going on.
Very good. Now you're getting at it. Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology, I'm looking at 1917 sources, but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Taking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995.
Also, it's interesting, where did you see your hindsight and your clarity, but here you're actually honestly blinded by it.
Ooh, perfect. Very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the people who are on the Zoom here. So everybody says we're actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly, because we're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibility. It's like they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily being, saying, oh, and we hate slavery is bad. They just omitted that. Or they aver, for example, that Nash and Goth and Powder, that women are like-minded, right? There were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if we view that person's attitude as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what Wellhausen's main point is that we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and we bring to that understanding of history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not what I said today. Finally, Salazar takes his phone because he says that's what's going on with this history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Like, for example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is, I like this picture particularly because, you know, a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, you know, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not even over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax too philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this is them making their way in specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia not so much, Latvia up here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire. But as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. So we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, and at the same time invited into Eastern European countries. So we have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea here. This would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia right now. Actually, look how ironic it is. This is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. But Russia has most of this, although Ukrainian linguistics goes further, and the Krim down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukraine. But pretty close to the contemporary war. Very much close. Majority of the over here. Right? So Central Europe, way over here will be England, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and the Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox, ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western Church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different peoples in here. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, or Kiev, as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When you listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev was not a place. I don't know why they actually difficulty saying there's 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what you said, Kiev. Just like, you know, Paris, I don't know. If that's the name. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different vowel combination. The sound is sound differently, and it is pronounced K-E, 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyway, Kiev, Kiev, this city right about here was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive, later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians, excuse me, as their, in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was written for this city and thing. But we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, we did, the famous published Ramenya Betz, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany, and this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first mints in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. There's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. All those jokes are written on them or something, right? No. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyway. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this, though? Why do the king get Polish people to do it?
So then once money started playing, so you need someone to manage that.
So, yeah, but why would you want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country? They didn't know how anyone to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to say the 1300s, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. The reason I discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the Church's law of Rabbi, that any people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and we start working on these things. And so you lost some of those folks out in front of here. This one's my favorite. It says, Maszko Karol, King Meszko, which is, you know, it's great. Karol is king in Polish, which is amazing things. Going back to this year, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. Explain why that is so significant momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? The Chernobyl Rabbi, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated in the right bank Ukraine, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Renda. So hang on to that word Renda because we're going to come right back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Hellenistic Rebellion that we're going to speak about later. When you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in three places, here Jews are spread out. They have small numbers, but they tend to be village and town-based, some cities as well.
Why did they put it there because of the more large,
this looks like a good question for the Abramsonville answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you, right. Money, that's the word for the Abramsonville.
No, why money and why that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews, rather than the massive concentrations that you would get with industrialization when factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when you start seeing Jews in really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetla in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word mizdeshko, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L at the end of the Yiddish word is diminutive, making it smaller. And so shtetla is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls over. Here is the Dnipro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, you know, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The minting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Renda, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are getting beat up like this in Europe? We've got to invite them here. You can see the Jews are like unusual to see them without a shirt. That's how the 19th century adaptation. Nevertheless, it was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words Po, here, Lin. we will rest. Right, like Lina. Oh, Lina, here we will rest. Meaning, after all our wanderings through Western Europe and North Africa and the Crusades and the blood libels, finally, here, oh, Lina, here in Poland we will rest. That's the idea. And we talked about some of the nasty things that was pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I don't mean to imply like equal rights, because that concept really didn't exist in the early days. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibility. We spoke about it briefly when we were talking about the early Takana but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry it is. You know, sometimes like if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know, but like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukharian guy. Like every barber in a 50-mile radius of Landerculture from men is a Bukharian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. So I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. It works out well. I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see that for more serious reasons. Magdeburg Recht also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Tehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYeshuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYeshuv was? Exactly. The Cherem HaYeshuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter, we control how many people will be engaged in whatever. So Magdeburg Recht was kind of like, or like, these are pre-modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of this self-government the past to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to give these things right to Jews? Lastly, I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two is your three answers you gave there. Working with allowed groups, I think those are big concerns. But make money, everybody wants to see it, is that the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who can tax them. The local municipality can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why an individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like Like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK, there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so salutary. It's going to be a lot of despair and people lose their money. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area. You're going to have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. They're not Christians, they don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Recht was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they could stand aside. Yes. Oh, thank you. It was started, named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they think, oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg Rechts. And they'll say, what are Magdeburg Rechts? I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlements here in what would have been the end of Polish Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really concentrated here, especially in right bank Ukraine. Okay. Now, I really got to get to the land down. Oh, I'll talk about the Council of Land first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which what the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gutman, who was a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he let out, he said to them in Yiddish, "Schreib und Schreib." Write and record. And he gave a sequel to his last students, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. But anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have, like, in all of these tiny sheds all over, you have kahal. So we talked about the kahal structure with the baked in and with the panas and the feathers and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they said, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our Kehilos, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super Kehila, one big Kehila, one big council that would pass legislation for all Kehilos who are close to the Iranian Commonwealth. And the Kahal, that's what they did. They set up first in what they call 4 lands, then it was 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Polish Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single Kehila was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, like, exactly, so in Hebrew, the Council of the 4 Lands. So really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams. Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely. Good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, somebody like usually.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk, and the Beis Din sends you a serial, you got to show up to court, and you say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Beis Din in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beis Din doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the Vaad al-Arasot did. They could say, oh, really? You think you can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. If there's a harem placed on you in Minsk, you are also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beis Din is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like, I'm just not going to kill you. That's something that happens from the 18th century and long afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true of Islam. In other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system following around. One other area that you might go, like where you see a lot, for example, is in Gittin. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send Gabayim to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give a get. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched, again, through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who, because better they're in Jewish hands than being treated in the non-Jewish prisons.
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? You got to feed them, all kinds of, but if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain people are afraid of, like some, flogging killers, where they actually, this is where we flog. Mine was flogged, that kind of thing. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising of the Vaad al-Arasot. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint.
Copyright?
Close to copyright, yeah. Well, what do we call it? Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what is a certified?
Quotes from other authors.
Like emotional blur. Yeah, right. That's right. That is. Like who writes those as kind of appraisal? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis. Right. Big rabbi writes. I didn't have the chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and he signs it, right? Until he later revokes it because he found it. Right? But that's how we use Haskamas today. But Haskamas were invented by the Vaad al-Arasot because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a paper, basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but copy it out. So once the printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make $1 million zloty, which is worth about $12. I did not, but people were saying this is great. And you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow, and it's a great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, money before you can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vaad al-Arasot came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not, from kind of the author, they basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Imprimatur, which is basically the sign that says the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic imprimatur. So these are the kinds of things the Vad Arba did, and they continue to fulfill this function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up questions. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, really don't know if someone introduced the like a debt and then convert to Christianity.
It's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes they hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. In Israel, they put you in jail if you don't give a get. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than give his wife a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Beit Din was to convert. And that worked with some, practices. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff. Arenda. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. About mentioning that's just kind of cool because we have a form. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone known as the Arenda. It's a Latin word, it's incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farm. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map, you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schlachter, that I know it sounds like Schlechter, but it's not the same way, that have been primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right-bank Ukraine. Right? Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landlords own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. S-E-R-F. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, until I think 1865, serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called ROTHSCHILD, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they were for themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? how do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called arrendators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to his shtetl. Or it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, these little villages and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, building, everything owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be driving around in a buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money for you. And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jew. That they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay on their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. Tax collecting devices, such as most commonly, I think there was one through nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest. You've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake. The nobleman built this bridge. They're documented. If you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, you want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how expensive the specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists like Banderisty. And they all go on and on about the cool Jews who charge a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of weekend.
So first of all, the Jews, the way we understand what Brother Thomas and they were really impoverished, they were the lowest class, low intelligence. They were the better guys, so people that took all the money and farming land and
well, there's almost determined that's like sallow bearing, right? There are elements to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, where we've got, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water, right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standard is much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There were also the scapegoats that the Ukrainians took advantage of and stole the money.
You are absolutely right, Truman. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like a vision, like we saw with Dalhousie. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Right? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. You can't trip it back, and it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read if you're curious about doing research in this, Yevhen Mishula, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the Peasant Uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this is headed for disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary source, oh, absolutely. But, primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at, it's a terrible shanda, it's such a Hillel Hashem when you look at the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal. Someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you say to yourself, well, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stein or a bird or something, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hat and was Polish Shomer Shabbos, it's unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices. Yeah, that's very good.
People were, the word people were at the moment before they know it,
So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane, is the theology department, not more of the history department, but we have this idea of Yerida Hadoros, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of Halacha Kabasai. Halacha follows the later generations. Right, so what does that if we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't look at the Mishnah Brura. Right? So the answer to that is that, in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. Yerida Hadoros refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course you can come up with just a mere conclusion. And if he wants you guys to max out all of your efforts, I don't know, you guys are asking outside of my lane. I don't know about it. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the agenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was probably not
so, the necessary list that we pointed out in records are really
pretty boring, you could say. They're good for well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted, because that implies that violence is somehow justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances if possible. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Gavin Langenmeier, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. So I had a word, I'll write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes.
Like the three-headed beast.
Right. And why would he call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe is like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone and has horrible, horrific consequences, but you can see where it's coming. Nathan and Hanover said, the Jews should have realized that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, propinatia, very significant. We've often seen, like you see it in Fiddler on the Roof, the Kretschmer, which is like the inn, right? The place where some tired Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the corner. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing klezmer violin there. So what is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest way to get active is through vices, as we said a minute ago with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol. It even has a 19th Amendment, right? One of the amendments, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. One of those short-lived amendments, the only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here, right? They say you can't do it with the 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was, let's bring it back, right? Forget about the 18th Amendment, it's not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol, the reality of it, people will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something where people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propinatia, which is part of the agenda, that you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on it. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and I'll get you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. Right, it was already knocked out in the 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now to banks, will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, you go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money, and you pay a significant interest, because it's the only place where you get it. It's unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who is like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. He can't abuse the Jew because he'll get in trouble with the nobleman if you do it. So propinatia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of tevel or a glass of kvass. They show up at the inn, they drink a few, and they say to the Jewish innkeeper or the Kretschmer, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, it is for zloty. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat, and he says, okay, I want to settle my tab. And bourgeoisie has with interest become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the year. And he said, what is this? And this was like an especially noxious form of the arenda that was ultimately very, very nice.
Yeah, so they would tax them just for the photos and force them out, and then they come at night to use and then like, what was that relationship? Why would they sway people who are after this? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And there's pretty inventions. Yeah. These people are stealing our money. They're coming every day. They're harassing us. Doing whatever they need.
Why would we
hang out with them? Why would we
so the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only two things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of it. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fishing this pond, whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, Judge, I'm gonna get these. So they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating when you get to the modern area. You have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then, of course, the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, lokshin kobo. Right? What is lokshin? What noodle is lokshin based on? No, it's lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German. Or you can't have, I don't know, let me think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Cholent. Well, cholent's actually French. Chaud, long. Slow hot. For a long time. But, so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do, are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them. They borrowed from us. Oh, here's the example of Ukrainian. Guess what they call gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewfish. This is good stuff. That's Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschmann and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovye," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, but then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you encourage me, I would probably do it. Women. The women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of things. Women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostilities. Mr. Ellis.
You say that the Jews were just the tax collectors and that's more the reality of life than there people viewed as being people or whatever. But
we're not like Muslims who are coming to kidnap our children.
But if you look at it even on a modern perspective, you ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS?
people are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies, which people also have very strong feelings about.
Good argument.
And so, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much on point.
No, but we got to think, you're saying, Mr. Anderson, you're saying so deeply, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like it.
Well, I what revolts the Prosecution Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 1700s.
Right. And when was the next tax revolt?
Right.
That's my point. Right? You know, there are tax revolts for sure, but they're, you know, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You know, you can just say vote the bumps out, and that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them. Like everybody agrees. You have to
But there have been many historical revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that tried going socialist or communist and increased taxes exponentially, had revolts, sometimes even relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, you know, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit-cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money, and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have a revolt. And this is where you basically okay.
Interest on every beer that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what do the comments here, right? That's that thing is that, because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Rabbi, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are basically, let's talk like some really appreciate it, especially this piece of art. These guys are the original Cossack, or Kozaké, and what they were people who were so upset with the system that they opted out. They fled these Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could out of the reach of the Slavs, the Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements, where they lived free according to their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style. The top knot as well. You don't see it quite often in the streets, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, for the Ukrainians. These are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off into the sunset on his horse, you know, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys are like the national enemies to the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks, who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in really modern history. And the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, "Would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding? We'll make a deal with you." And so they wrote back a very quick note to the Ottomans. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write, who's composing a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, you know, profanities to insert in the letter. So this is really like a sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Repin's work. They were led by this guy, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to this particular part of the rapids on the south the Dnieper River. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen, let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them. A religious element of this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish shtetl, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier, chronicle of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Orenta system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you, you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevon Metsula. It is a chilling, awful read. The period is called in Hebrew Zeras Tach V'Tach. Tach and Tach refer to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry?
On this job, I think we have
a keynote. Yeah, you have a keynote from Zeras Tach V'Tach. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, they include men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the Orenta, out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the Orenta, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I don't know, I keep coming back to this. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? Yeah, it would literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in the casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers and restaurants and stuff like that, that to support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegans are not working in the casinos. So the same thing with the Orenta. The Orenta was what really allowed the basis of the Jewish community, was the backbone of the economy, but the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silversmithing and tinsmithing and small trades. You had an occasional scholar, and other things.
I think this is actually especially good comparison because you know this now Vegas and the casinos that are owned by Jews.
I'm not going to repeat that on the microphone, but yeah. Okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the Oh, very good. One memoir. It is absolutely horrific. They are English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan of Hanover is perhaps the first among equals, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. So you have 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of this lecture, there's only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed with only 40,000 living there. Chances are it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of the historians are. Okay, let's take just the abstract. We'll wrap it up. This is a 5. It's Ukrainian, but I can't remember what song it is. Yeah, not big, yeah. It's, oh yes, yeah, play band, right. So 5 play band notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than Constant Namansky. So again, remember when we started when we were talking about Italo Baron and so on. For the Ukrainians, they view Khmelnytsky for the most part as a great national hero. He's their George Washington, who united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish Arrendators. But when Jews see this stupidity out of business, they see horrible anti-Semitism. And that's, both of those pictures are true. You just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed. Mr. Truman, last question.
We really have the same history but the Native Americans.
Yeah, you could say the Native Americans look at Columbus and they see
That's in the 20 now.
So
we didn't kill each other back in 40.
But we killed the Native Americans. So it's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got to tell you, this is, by the way, in Central Square Cave, they have like this very heroic statue of Khmelnytsky there as well. The earlier version of it actually, this is by the bronze statue, actually have like a Jew trampled underfoot by it. But even sorry, said, no, that's not important. That's 4 days. So they removed the Jew from and okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online. Your champions, JDM, Jack Dillman, he's Australian. 55 now. You have Ilya Topuria. You know, do you feel like Ilya from last week? We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called KEST, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century in particular. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Parente. So, good question. The question which I will repeat, because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah
So I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. We have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to the people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online, and you'll see it. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions, really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Kranz.
When you chill and relax, I was like a few beers deep. And I was like, I like Derek Lewis. Like, anybody next, like, Brandon Shaw. I'm like, fuck, there goes my night. No more wings,
Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? It's a good term. I'm going to tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silver? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows towards a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or further west, and you'd be in a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it flowed north. So our watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in
many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are Christian pilgrims' appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world. Sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not to say flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole pile of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the region of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea, where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslims around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Kane? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see the Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves... If our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews,
right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onwards for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Loiki.
So can I wait? If they say no, like, what are my options? If they say it's
well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parente.
So then the UFC's fucked all the market, all that money they put into it, and you weren't disciplined enough to make weight. They just lose.
So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option, or get baptized, which to represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root. Demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, Kaiser? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, there's a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had, violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbeinu Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the period of the century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the number, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia. Early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely immersed on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. I said a little later. Since the revolts against Rome. Since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. How are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. You can remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal, subjects of the king. Remember the Service Regi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no more living people in them. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children.
they would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onward, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. Right? You see the contrast between the two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, if you'll pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have, more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers and cut his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world
what do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the First Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed, it's Yahareg Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that Rishonim are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Yisrael Shechata Yisrael, right? A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I can't tell you for sure. That's Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, there's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the First Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold in slavery and gesundheit. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It has been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades is one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get all of Europe comes down here in their big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Parente.
You have to remember, they're now owned and partnered with, and you know this better than anyone, WWE. What did WWE show the world? When you have one powerful figure like Hulk Hogan, they had all these issues, and then you have...
So you got to take the Spartan Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call Yeah, it's a little bit of an exaggeration. La convivencia, the period of coexistence, lasted about 200 years. About, give or take, 9/5 exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. It's part of Jewish history.
And here's a wild thing to say. Connor's richest guy that fight New Zealand. He was underpaid.
Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. Okay. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, case in point, right? Okay, let's just do one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers, Yehuda Maccabee, were called Hasidim. David Melech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happened to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happen in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidei Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, it's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidei Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva, where it's so different from much of the, the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about, camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidei Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting. And even like after death, customs like, putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidei Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating, and you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidei Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, I have them, I think, later on in this lecture, or maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I don't, I'll try and find it later if I didn't show it to you before. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question.
The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it, you know. People thought, like, that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays, we express our Judaism by, like, you know, having lots of sufganiyot and hamantash. And back then, they would say, oh, man, I got to go, like, roll in the snow a little bit. I should, like, stop eating for 2 days. You know, it was just, that was the style. Wear dark clothes, don't wear bright clothes. Right? Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of things to a certain degree happening at the Black Death.
I wish I lived in. You've seen this fucking house. I wish I lived in the backyard. No, I got my own house. Yeah, I'm an awesome outside house.
No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writing, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that, and I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz.
Very unexpected. He's the best. Without him, there would be no. I mean, think about it. He's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world, daily and weekly. And all he talks about is MMA and loves MMA and is still hosting.
Yeah. About in particular did not like that. Yeah.
People don't understand that. He literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere just by being involved with the sport. Most influential guy. Yeah, it's crazy. UFC is going to be.
I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty thing, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres like we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see that the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich. Right here in the, actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam in Hebrew. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to? Crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the Passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again. Specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al even in our own day. So, people are really upset, and they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you. Here's you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. Sort of a large broadsheet, like one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see in Pashkavilin, same kind of idea, don't go to Torah college, kind of. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It's just that. And they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little luels here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood will probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. I mean, there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. A very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood. and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us and we're getting attacked and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often, they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it.
Is that a secret now? He used to be chubby as fuck. I didn't know that.
Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. And here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. We often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews that there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. That's Mr. Hunter. So the question Mr. Parenti asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman, I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, the very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century, when it was displayed in the Louvre, as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century most likely. Good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is national security. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period, and we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found a body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda, our claim. So the term post refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. Gesundheit. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddush. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing, to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it, right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and they put it down, host desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a host desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century. And it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were, graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood libel stories. A renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. So here's the host with these little wafers. Oops, sorry.
We've been seeing a lot of
The
content
head. And then he goes and he takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the ruel on their shirts there, their tunics. And he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here. And in their synagogue, they torture the host. You can see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right? It starts to bleed. That's again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue, or has to look carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Luchot Brit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's going to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like, the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming, as it were. So the Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bobomais, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob burst into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them. This is also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames, they set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishment, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You see the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. Goes from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration. it just gets crazier and crazier. This is a map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Lorenzo.
Yeah, first thing I said to the boys when we were watching Hamzat train, I'm like, how's it, because especially what I do, break down fights, I'm like, how's his cardio? Like, buddy, not an issue at all. Because I was like, my biggest thing for him going to the DDP fight, DDP's a big dude, durable, so how's Hamzat can be
I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what?
We see everybody on the internet talking about it. DDP doesn't get finished in the first round, it's going to be hard for him.
That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with the witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's 1-to-1 or 1-to-a-few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it? Or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID, but it goes back really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington saying that this was like a QAnon. This was like a QAnon belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this. And some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement in it. Like, it's just, this is blood libel. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I
thought that's even close to that style, that explosive, shoot from 10 feet out, grab you, and not let go until it gets what he wants. That's why it's a great fight.
Yeah, it did happen. There's super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to protect it. Mr. Rubin.
That was 5 rounds, that was kind of back and forth. He fights like that, which he's like going to. Their odd makers are going to swing towards DDP. But again,
yeah, that's reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsions part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get the expulsions. Let's go. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? The 1340s through 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality.
You see
yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts, because remember, how would Jews be related to this in any ways? Well, that would be the place policy. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, right? So they wash without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. It says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Right? There is some stuff in the Gemara about owning them away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. Well, the reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried, we have a lot of fascinating accounts. They're specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century rendition, the triumph of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes. It's really worth looking at if you watch the videos and look at it more closely, with skeletons riding all over the place, big, like herding people into coffins like this. It was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, became very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew. At the time this was designed, they didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, as a special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text. It's kind of interesting to look at. You can read here, it says in the little shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? The allied themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves in concert with their diverse lepers. By whole courses and means they made an ointment with the confection of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped with in a little linen cloth, applying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. They nightly cast in the said infection unto all the fountains and wells of the Christians. A pretty bizarre kind of idea circulating. All of these things together make this is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death, this is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182, when Jews were first expelled from France, largely for reasons that we talked about with the economic situation, and that this is where we're going to leave it off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Whew. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for learning.
Yeah, he was gonna do it and be funny, but then it's too much. No, yeah, you can't do all that. No, there's some weird shit going on. You don't want that bad juju. Yeah. Well, Vanderlei's about to fight Vitor Belfort. Sure. Yeah, they're about boxing fight coming out. Sure. Yeah, massive one. In Brazil, gonna get the winner or what? I was about to make fun of him, but you're gonna get the winner. You're gonna make fun of Vitor Vanderlei.
All right. So where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it would be double that, usually. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if we have a gambling casino every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and we'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up my call. Now, Christians who read this verse and said exactly the same thing, and they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively, because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right, you buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, like natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first, but every year. Okay, if you're smart, like Yosef Atzadik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging
nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the Jew, you go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay it back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely. This is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who was a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. Meaning, I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's the happy ever after, because it's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character, because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, your pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So here, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogromists and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem HaYishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do, incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Anderson.
But when he goes on, these influencers podcasts, he's like basically asking questions. They're not like fans of the sport. They like watch it. Like I watch fucking
you can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
You would have to be
right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratian. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. You're familiar with this term, de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure. It means of the law, like in writing, legal. Jewish monopoly in writing, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. And Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. It's the difference between what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. That's very interesting.
Caucuses have all the belts. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's coming up? Like, MMA in America is not great right now. Tom Aspinall, English. I keep forgetting that quick. Light heavyweight.
Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and partisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like dyers and like pigments and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because they gained pretty much universal respect, was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But you should realize that in the 12th century, there were only 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own, saying, okay, I'm a doctor. No MCATs, Mr. Tumor. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is right. This is the High Middle Ages, though. This is like the very end of the Dark Ages. Yes.
See in 4 or 5 years, hopefully. Yeah, he played for the Buffalo Bills for this one.
You're absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. It's way better than being a peasant too, right? In fact, let's talk about that. I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here are some Jewish moneylenders. See the coins here, right? So benefits, profit. Right? Money lending is profitable. And that's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by? Okay, sorry. Okay. Jews, you can stay inside a Jewish community. It's a clean trade because, you can still go to Minyan in the morning.
You can, walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerous and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. But basically, if you've got the money and you can write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your...
Everybody walks around a lot bigger than they used to, and then they cut so much weight on them. They're taller now. They're just bigger and bigger. Yeah, they walk around bigger. They are bigger. Like I go shopping, like Alex Mears, my size. He's taller. He's 240 right now.
Actually, getting the first step of money to actually
I can compete.
So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, where's my tax receipts this month?" You say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. Jean-Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean-Paul. Right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it because the church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing, I got another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a moneylender, you will be resented by everyone you loaned money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing, or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the noblemen would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews are living there. They set up these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out. They have a few beers. They say, put it on my tab, and the tab grows, and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then at the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, "Okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab." What? Look at this amount I owe. How did you calculate this, right? So it's why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol. They'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. It's costing something called propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprisings against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on bar tabs. Mr. Burks, did you have your hand up? And then Mr. Toomey. Good point. I mean, don't forget, people ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. You know, they can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. Mr. Toomey. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
I won't say he's dodging. I think he's being a businessman. If I was his manager, in the 1780s, it's tough as fight. He's still a thing. The fight was as tough as fight.
That was terrible. And when you got like the Jews were like isolated,
it's an overly rosy picture. And it's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course, Mr. Toomey. We'll see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Aderstein, Mr. Kranzman, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Adelstein. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here. It's not just a king, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what would happen is, and this especially happened as the money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jews, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15, 20% interest on a big, big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great, and a few Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay and the nobleman says this debt burden is too high? So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or the nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adlerstein, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those ranges of power, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So
Yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Krantz.
I want to weigh my options. That's what I'm saying. So I had the phone, I asked that. So Dana goes, we're doing patty. I'm a good patty. So let's say they're doing patty. If I'm armed, I'm like, so can I wait? And if they say no, like, what are my options? If they say it's a KG, hooker.
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles, was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans who were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. You couldn't get jobs. They were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew, but it was tenuous, because you could have the popular uprising resulting in the explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out. Okay, let's go to when did all end. I mentioned earlier the Italians ended in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pietà. I don't know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe, but by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank, meaning this bank, this Monte di Pietà, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like banks. But the thing is, I was about to say halakhically, Bahavdil. In the Catholic Church, halakhically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often,
the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte di Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte di Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase? Not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Blasco, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Truman, last guess. No. In the 15th century, the Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Pariente, last chance. Reputation? What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy. They couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing the Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, going to them, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Timmons.
And if you don't have those three combinations, it's hard to keep the flow because the guys that are
it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year or whatever. Okay, so the demand for credit as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance. It's really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically.
Fight this guy or he has training partners, so he's just managing all this chaos. Yeah, I think the good thing here is we also get guys, the top surf guys, so I also get to take bits and pieces of all these other industries, how they manage fighters, how they work with everybody. The biggest one out of all those you can take away. Bro, Blake Snell is my guy. One of the best pitchers ever met. I've seen me and my guy watching.
Okay, and is the microphone wireless great? Okay,
Like a surfer just goes out and surfs the wave. A fighter.
Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Servi Camerai Regis. Remember what that term meant? Servi Camerai Regis? Mr. Edlerstein? I didn't bring my... go ahead.
But think about it. You come here when Blake Snell was here for the last couple of years. Blake Snell comes here, but that works out, trains, hangs out with Rampage, hangs out with Ryan Checkler. Do you know how good he is?
Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blaschka? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure?
And then they all kind of became friends. So, I mean, even the content we have, what brand in MMA right now is mixing?
Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that, you know, you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top-down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaschka. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in there? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adlerstein puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render, he's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get to you, Mr. Krantz. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. You see the smile on my face, though? Because I'm looking for a particular answer. And Mr. Tillman, money, thank you. And that is a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also, Mr. Lefty, but money. So exactly, the king says, "Ooh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance and engage in money lending. And I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, I'm joking, then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuvah, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole, if you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbi Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Charata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of charata are there in Rabbi Yonah's Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of charata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have because like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. Yeah. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. But we'll in a different class maybe, Mr. Kranz, or if you drop by my office, we can have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade route. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farad, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're like totally fluent in everything that they need to know. These pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz.
Let's look at your numbers.
Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're or a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a Slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word, the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called Rada, and possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Brooklyn. Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about it. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do I get out of here? Anyone know? What if I hit escape? There we go. Okay, but then it shrinks it. Go all the way to the okay, here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky, especially on these kind of people? You can get robbed, right, definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of the Abramson rule. A little bit obvious, but I think very good. There's a huge amount to be raised here. Mr. Truman. I don't understand your question. You don't have to live anywhere?
Wait, so you're going to get money no matter what?
Oh.
How do you know after the attorneys take money?
Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with a wife and kids, you think, though, so they probably are subject somewhere. But it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't get to that. Very good. The question, though, is the profit versus the effort, right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshulach. He was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami, and he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so that he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy, he's like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for a Beis Yaakov. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge dangers of travel and transport, not only robberies, but tolls, right, which are like sanctioned robberies, where you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border, tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Adlerton.
$50,000 in mods, the winner gets that, and $10,000 cash. That ends in August.
Okay, very good. So in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in a previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in Lesser Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Kranz.
So if you buy a Concrete Cowboy Santos Studio t-shirt on SantosStudio.com.
Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road for who knows long? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? That historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back. And nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and in Gita and Ksubos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. That if you go into Babylon, God forbid, you're kidnapped and MIA, nobody knows you're alive or dead, God forbid. So that's they would travel as men. So it's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This was especially useful in commerce because you could leave, I don't know, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, and you would find a way to. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Shall we go on? Yes, of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to like sell on credit, a person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads. And you say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world. That, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. He said, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through this trade network, which develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnites can do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, I don't know, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at McDonald's, Schmass House, whatever. Like that. That's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it's just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading in? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner, or with two Jewish slave owners, and they've got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story. Maybe the Taz, maybe it's the Shach, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back, and he described what he saw when he met Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was a Shach or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, this can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged. It's just not fair. I guess if you're Mashiach, guys like me can sit cross-legged. But slaves. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't put them here, do I? Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. Stocks were trades. Stocks mean like blocks to put their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But physically they would take enslaved peoples and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved peoples, and we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas trying to exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because they were more traders than that. When you get, hang on, Mr. Johnson, when you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used to farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying, Lahavdil, a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more beauty symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic transatlantic slave trade, which was a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There were a lot more people who were involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was a reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
I didn't know that. You didn't know that? I used to be chubby. You was chubby too. What? For that BBC?
Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. Right? People made money from it. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian, so not just Lithuanians or Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves, or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people begin to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset and morality when those standards were not applied in the medieval ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it, and we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this. We'll close with this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather was Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was Northern Ontario. Schmatters, textiles. She was very big into the textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it for tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into Monday Landing and the church. Thank you for learning with me.
I grew up watching Undertaker. Wait, is there a difference between a martial artist and a fighter? Yeah. What's the difference?
We looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship and what they were.
Someone bring that up. Show me the best Bruce Lee knockout. He had to fight, not from Paramount. He had to fight the guy from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S.
Yeah, sure. Give up with. Show me the footage. It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities of sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Mr. Stillman. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize. And as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we're going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although because the main difference, 1650, and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you just walk. You can maintain a secular identity. You can identify yourself as a dolphin if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, again, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you. You have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protections. You have potential marriage partners. You have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you've got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free. You have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. Schwartzman, right? Parente.
That's all. One that's like, wait, I'm not trying to be funny. Before we go to Sam, who's slamming me at your house? I'm not going to be slamming my meat at my house. No, not what I saw on your Instagram.
Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s, so it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. And that was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of these things. Mr. Eberstein.
Not an issue at all. That was like my biggest thing for him going to the DDP fight. DDP is a big, durable. So how's
yes, correct.
Fifth round, like, trust me, not an issue. Shit. We see everybody on the internet talking about if DDP doesn't get finished in the first round, it's going to be hard for Hamza. And they said that if Hamza can
obviously win. He's going to win in the first round.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions, right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead, because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, in Ein Kemach, Ein Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for, like, you know, federal funds. There's no such thing. You have to raise it from yourself. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, there's only one exit door, and that is to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it, and they were very bitter about it. We shall see. But that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through organizations called the Chevras, which were kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it worked. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the section of Megillah, you'll see there's a discussion of people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant, on the one hand, you've got kavod, you got honor, but on the other hand, you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. You know, usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogues today, and they all laugh because they realize that, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people of the city of Tuvei are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Aberstein? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the Kosle Beis HaMedrash, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I'll also tell you
Now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abramson rule of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blaschke, Rabbanus close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very valuable, but wisdom also close. Also close. Mr. Parente? Good. Learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Kesher Torah. That's also a bit like, scholars, learning. So you get money, you can get status through money or through learning. And then the third one, you already said, Mr. Adler's in a slightly different way. Kahuna. What is kahuna? Okay.
I don't know how kick or switch or what the fuck it's called works.
Close. Hansen, close. Mr. Parente.
Right here. Just search a different eclectic group. What do you look for in a woman? Personality.
Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status?
She had a
excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you. Yichus. Right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the three ways to get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the three ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. So unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning is your only shot. So pay attention because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money. It's definitely better. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vassilev.
He almost beat up some guy who pushes cameraman in viral clips, 300 million views. I don't think I got that maybe a lot. That was real cause. I haven't staged anything yet. I will stage. You were so mad at that guy? Yeah, because I saw the whole thing happen. Because he pushed the cameraman. So the story is, you said don't touch.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family, and look at Nebuch, what he is, right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning is the best to start on, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky.
These two girls got mad because he wouldn't talk to him. He was like, oh, you can't. I'm sitting there watching everything. He's like, bitch, I'm like, yeah. He's like, no. I heard him kept saying no.
Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Anderson, then we better go on. Doing several things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess.
Sex content? Like OnlyFans? Where are you going to be able to set and post? Yeah, I'll do some stuff. They want me to do a dating show. I would love that. Oh, my. Flavor.
Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who you personally. I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when we shut off the machine. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. First, at the top is the Tuvei. These are people who typically have status through money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important. Under them is a body called, or a person called the parnas, related to this, but it comes from the verb lefarnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because male pronouns, these are all men. Oops. Yep. Right, okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like, the Tuvei decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have beside the president, the rabbi, or the Beit Din, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have a legislative wing in this really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the Beit Din are there to make sure that what the Tu B'Ya'ir asks for is within the boundaries of halakha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the Parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the Parnas is typically one of the Tu B'Ya'ir. He's like nominated from among them, so that means he has what attribute, typically? Money, right? The Parnas is wealthy, and the Tu B'Ya'ir represent largely the wealthy classes of the Jew. The rabbi, on the other hand, who pays his salary? The Tu B'Ya'ir, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tu B'Ya'ir. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi? He makes laws, but who supports him? Tu B'Ya'ir give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that I could keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the Gemara, actually. You have examples of this with the Reish Galusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halakha. So couldn't the Tu B'Ya'ir just shut down the rabbi and say, well, forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them. He teaches them. He does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way or have a particular kind of event or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halakha doesn't go like that, and they have to, they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tu B'Ya'ir will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support the community, but on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabbai. Today we tend to think of a gabbai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, of organizing who gets what aliyah and who goes up to do hagba and things like that. But the term gabbai, you'll see in Pirkei Avot, it actually means collector. The gabot is collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line halakhically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. See too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering flogging, and you would have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way, with like shoelaces, rarely with like actual meant to cause pain. Definitely social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have Gabayim to do so. Where this might come up is, like, let's say, for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times and was warned and so on. You also see it with, it's much more of a problem at the turn of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis could call out the Gabayim, go straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure, in the Mishnah Torah, the basis quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his life again. So he realizes of his own accord, as it were. Yes, Mr. Truman. The Amakas Martis would be in that category of what the Gabayim could do. I don't know if the halakha particularly they would tip to call it, but oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare, isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who is threatening the entire community, saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed and so on, this would be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, just regular assassination, whatever it takes, knives, guns, sticks, stones, it's a crime.
And that's what they started the Communist Store announcing. They sell arenas now. And then they go from the mothership. He would kill it. He would crush it.
Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there to keep people in mind. Remember, I said coercion, the Tehillah, although warm and supportive, is very coercive. It was hard, but the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's to do with taxation. The Tubayir would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come to collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to take it out of you. That is real. That's an excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they can simply impose. Just like Rav Huna and Gemara Sanhedrin actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they could say, we want to establish ourselves at Tehillah. This is the way we're going to do it. We've got to collect money. This is how we're going to do it. Mr. Anderson.
Your views are insane. You're like the baby Jesus version. There's definitely better guys in space.
Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. They'd make an assessment. And again, remember, we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, wow, look at that. I see you painted your house. You must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, we figure you should make contributions to school of $500. Mr. Abrams.
Yeah, but I heard you say something about
yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, Yisrael to Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with wealth. Largely because of Napoleon. Because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbis. And modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey about 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys actually in Jersey who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he's I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. No, you can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done. Right? You didn't have an aguna by it. Mr. Parente, then we're going to go on.
Daniel's like, well, this is what I'm thinking. I'd love to hear it. But those guys aren't going to ask that. No one knows. Do I expect them to? It's not their fault. They're Russian. We'll break down the White House for me. That's a great subject. Do you think John Jones should fight Alex Pierre at the White House?
So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the postscript will look at new social
religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt halachically within it. Everything from Portugal to Erevin and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what hinges on it, as we shall see with Takashi and Gershom in a moment. Now the Parnas is required to manage the Chevrot, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right, from the word Chevra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tended to be especially powerful and predominate. And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the Chevras was the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, we have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me even, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. One of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to, comply with a summons or a payment or a get or thing, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the Chevra Kadisha not to do burial rites. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. The Chevra Kadisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Chevra established once the community got started. But there's so many others. The Chevra Shas, in charge of education, Bikra Kolim, of course, take care of the poor, Tomchei Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tomchei Shabbos, which of course we still have today. In most communities, we'll have a Tomchei Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people so they all can get through Shabbat. Ozer Dalet, for poor people, Hachnasas Kala, also very important. Chevra that will do with providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers. Chevra Tehillim for people who want to get together and say Tehillim. Whatever it is, the Tehillah would set up those Chevras. And with the obvious exception of Chevra Kedisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevras, would be populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Tzedek. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all things like that. But the upside is, this was an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before that we take for granted. We're really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. They're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on some amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tumen, Mr. Parente. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Mahamad, it was a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parente.
There's these fucking Puerto Rican kids, and they're all like 6'6", 6'7", shortstop, second base. You're like, where the fuck is this? Like, there's an influx of them. They're big dudes. Pitchers now 6'4", 6'5", 6'6".
You know, the question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. And it will be interesting to see if they got this from this sort of structure they grew up in. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Okay, last question, we better move on.
You know when you like chill and relax? I was
Yeah.
like a few beers.
Well, these are not people; these are like organizations.
Like anybody next like Brandon Shop, like fuck, it was my night. No more wings, you know. Fuck my whole night. I love you. Yeah, I love you. Take his ass down. Take him down.
It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the people's club. It's the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all the